Alright, screw this. We're starting 10 minutes early. Hello! Oh my god, my brain was ricocheting off the sides of my skull last night after this. Oh my god. I gotta find out what happens next. I can't believe we're already on the last case. So we're getting some testimony from Gina. So let's see what we got here. The victim's movements. All y'all detectives are supposed to follow orders and investigate what they're told. But a little search of the boss's office turned up a notebook that had a lot of secret meetings in it. According to that, the boss was looking into some smuggled goods dealings that day. Looks like it was a big job and all, but the coppers weren't onto it yet. What matters most is, there's witnesses what saw the Reaper at the place too. Yeah, because he was following Gregson around. Smuggled goods? I don't know, do I? I'm just telling you what was written in the book. Tobacco, tea, spices, medicines. Goods of all sorts flow into London by illegal channels from across the globe. It's well known that they're disposed of at regular black markets that take place in the capital. But the police are rarely able to locate them in time. So Inspector Gregson was investigating one of those black markets? It's been suggested that high-ranking government officials may be involved in black market activity. No doubt Gregson was trying to avoid details of his investigations being leaked to the involved parties. That would explain why he was operating on his own authority without the Yard's knowledge. And do we know where the dealings were taking place this time? In a particular room of a certain exclusive London gentlemen's club. And on the day in question, the accused is known to have been there. Well, he's a gentleman. He's a lord. He would be in a club. No, he was probably just there to follow Gregson. That's the conclusion of Scotland Yard's investigation into the matter. That can't be. We haven't heard anything about this. Members of the club have testified to it. There's no question. The accused, Barrack Van Seeks, was present. That would be very significant testimony then. Oh my, but Lord Van Seeks has made no mention of this at all. In short, Lord Van Seeks had ample opportunity to murder the victim. God, that's terrifying. Very well then, counsel for the defense, begin your cross-examination. Ooh, okay, he's a little scary when he glares down at me like that. The victim's movements. All Yard detectives are supposed to follow orders and investigate what they're told. Well, yeah. A little search of the boss's office turned up a notebook that had a load of secret meetings in it.
Hold it!
So you went through Inspector Gregson's things? Yup, as part of the independent Lestrade investigation. I'm sure your superiors would be delighted that you're taking the initiative. So I snuck into his office when no one else was about. Because if anyone at the Yard had seen me going in there, they'd have turfed me straight out on the street. This is sounding less and less like an investigation and more like something else. The prosecution understands that it was this very detective who discovered the notebook. You got that right. Nothing gets past Inspector Lestrade and her trusty assistant, Chief Inspector Toby. We found it in one of his desk drawers that had a false bottom. That's impressive. So then I went to hide myself where no one could find me so I could have a butcher's at what was written in it. Because if anyone at the Yard had found me out, they'd have turfed me straight out on the street. I've given it in now, though, ain't I? And if it weren't for me, it would have never have been found. according to that, the boss was looking into some smuggled goods dealings that day.
Hold it!
Do you have any idea where those dealings were taking place? Yup. It was all there in the boss's notes. Let's see if I can remember. As I already said, the illegal dealings were due to take place at a gentleman's club. Yes, I remember, but I was hoping to find out the name of the club. That won't be necessary. What? It's conceivable that the club might be used again by the smugglers in the future. Therefore, the prosecution has been asked not to reveal the name in these proceedings. I know what all the fuss is about. It's right here. All I've got to do is read it out. And I could, too. I've got this reading game buttoned up now. Can I show you what I can do? Go on. What's the harm? The judge hasn't signaled his objection yet. I could try to find out. What should I do? Yeah, Gina. Show us how you can read now. This is a closed court. The proceedings are confidential. There shouldn't be any possibility of the information being leaked. As I explained, there is some possibility of politicians being involved in this affair. The prosecution is rightfully exercising caution, I imagine. No, my lord. The prosecution has no objection. Ha! Get him! Kazuma? There's no question that Inspector Gregson was looking into these black market dealings. However, it's not yet been established that he was on that particular trail on the day in question. If the defense requires to know the club's name, the prosecution has no intention of being obstructive. Take that, strong heart. Right then. I get to show off me reading skills. Apparently, the smuggled goods deal was going to happen at a gentleman's club called The Grouse. The Grouse.
Hold it!
The Grouse? What sort of a club is that? I ain't got the foggiest. Clubs ain't exactly my thing. But I am kind of curious. They're not places where a foreign student like you would be readily admitted. Says you? Have you looked in the mirror recently? I tell you what, me and Chief Inspector Toby could go in undercover. Could you, though? I could pick out a few good marks and see what else I could find out while I was in there. I really don't think you should go picking out anything. Anyway, that's where these black market dealings are going to take place, is it? Yeah, it's gotta be. That's what the lower-ranking detectives at the yard reckon. Says the even lower-ranking detective. Looks like it was a big job and all, but the coppers weren't on into it yet.
Hold it!
So how had Inspector Gregson come to find out about it in that case? That's the question, ain't it? But I'm just an apprentice, so... And why didn't he inform Scotland Yard of his findings? Yeah, that's what I was asking myself, cause, you know, I'm just an apprentice. When it suits you, yes. Anyway, the point is, something went on at that club, no question. Can't say that for certain, though, surely. What matters most is there's witnesses what saw the Reaper at the place, too.
Hold it!
Lord Van Zeeks was at the club? Lord Van Zeeks was at the club? He was. Detectives who visited the club yesterday to make inquiries have confirmed it. Several members report having seen the accused being admitted to the room in question as a guest. It looks like there's no disputing that he was there then. Well, we know that Lord Van Zeeks was investigating Inspector Gregson, don't we? Perhaps he'd already discovered the inspector's secret notebook. Which led him to the club, you mean? Maybe. Presumably then there are also eyewitnesses who can testify that Gregson was there. None have been identified at this time, no. So the all-important victim wasn't seen at this mysterious club. Oi! Why aren't you asking Inspector Lestrade here, eh? So that's all I've got to work with. Gina's not holding back with that ice-cold stare of hers, is she? I really don't know what to make of all this. Lord Van Zeeks told us that he was investigating Inspector Gregson, but he never once mentioned that he met the inspector the day before the incident. You don't think Lord Van Zeeks could have been lying to us, do you? That's not the only way to explain this. Oh! If everything Lord Van Zeeks has told us is true, then there must be a mistake in this testimony somewhere. You mean, there are details we've yet to uncover? Exactly. A clue, perhaps, that even Gina hasn't noticed. That's what we should be looking for here. Well, we got the grouse. I just realized we have some evidence to look at. Oh, except we can't look at it yet, I guess. Just the ears. What a charming little rabbity version of Mr. Sholmes. Do you suppose this is how Iris sees him? Are you all right, Mr. Naruhodo? Your eyes are veritably boring into this poor doll's ears. Oh, sorry, I was just wondering. What do you suppose would happen if I were to tug its ears with all my might right now? I'm sure that we'll find out when the time is right. To become a proper gentleman, you really must learn stoic patience. But I want to know! I mean, same. We never actually read the autopsy report. Victim, Clint Van Zeeks, male, age 33, nationality, British. Time of death, 31st May between 9 p.m. and midnight. Death from a single stab wound to the heart. Well, that's not dying from a hound. That's different. Different MO. Other superficial external wounds indicative of a duel. What? Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand, but no document in the corresponding ink was found. Oh, this is suspicious as hell. Autopsy findings, vital evidence recovered from the victim's stomach during autopsy. But what was the evidence? Credit to Inspector Gregson for petitioning so doggedly for the autopsy procedure. No internal trauma noted anywhere in the body. What was the evidence? Oh, that's suspicious as hell. Okay, Oh, it looks like this is some sort of steamship ticket. The SS Grouse? First class cabin 001. That's quite a coincidence. Yokohama departure 11th September, London arrival 1st November. Ah, that's the boat that Professor Mikotoba and Judge Jigoku came on from Japan, isn't it? So the mistake might have been he was heading for that steamship to go to France. I get it. Yes, I think it's called at Dunkirk. I think it called at Dunkirk on the north coast of France for a night before finally arriving in Dover, and it stops in France. To think it's been almost a year since we arrived in Dover on the SS Burya. Seems a shame not to keep your ticket as a memento of your trip, don't you think? Yes, I agree. I have mine safely in my diary. And I keep mine in my wallet, so I have it with me at all times. Oh, well, how strange. Where could it have gone? Are you like this on purpose, Mr. Naruhodo? Did I imagine it, or was that comment accompanied by a little sigh? Well, I think a mistake has been made.
Objection!
Yeah. I've read about these clubs that exist here in Britain. As I understand it, they're places where well-to-do gentlemen socialize with friends and colleagues. Don't imagine for a second that a foreign student like you would be admitted, says the foreign student. Seriously, is your mirror cracked or something? Do we know for sure that the contraband dealings were definitely happening at a club called the Grouse? The police are currently looking for evidence, but haven't found anything definitive yet. And I'm sorry to say that they probably won't. What do you mean by that? I mean that the place Inspector Gregson was secretly going to visit on 31st October may not have been a gentleman's club at all. You're showing a very irreverent attitude towards our country's police force there, Counsel. Shut up, Strongheart! If it wasn't a gentleman's club, then what was it? A steamship! A steamship. You think it's a ship? I have the evidence to prove it. Here! Let me see that. This dark-suited young man is not in the least bit untrustworthy. The other side, my lord. Be more specific next time. This would appear to be a ticket for passage upon a steamship, yes. The SS Grouse.
Objection!
So there's a steamship named the Grouse that happens to share a name with the club. But I'm afraid to say, there's a flaw in your logic there. How? Look at the ticket. Notice the date of arrival in port. Ship arrived at the port of Dover on 1st November. The day on which the sound like a gunshot was heard on Fresno Street. In other words, on the day in question here, 31st October, when the victim was on his clandestine mission, that ship hadn't yet docked on British shores. Oh! Fuck. He sure got me on that one. That would certainly make an undercover investigation somewhat challenging. Hey, some dude! Feel like it's been a bit. How are you doing? Alright, I'll do a stretch. What it do, Katie? I'm doing good. This game got crazy yesterday, so I'm really looking forward to playing more of it today. Also, I needle felted more Christmas ornaments last Saturday. Kinda missed you. I hope you've been doing good.
Objection!
The fact that the steamship hadn't yet reached Britain substantiates the defense's assertion that the victim was investigating the SS Grouse on the day in question. Then show your evidence for that assertion. Very well. Screech. In that case, counsel for the defense, present your evidence to court now. Evidence that substantiates your claim that the victim was investigating the SS Grouse on 31st October. Oh wait, was that this? Passport. Destination Port of Dunkirk, France. Oh! It does make sense because he would have investigated the ship in Dunkirk and it would have been at port there. Oh! I saw it on the YouTubes. You had a family party you had to go to last Saturday. Oh, well, thank you for watching the VOD too. Oh, Ned, hello. Ned, this got so insane. I can see why you said it was the last case, because I didn't think the last case would take up 2 cases. Why did they do that? Oh my god.
Take that!
Is it that massive that they gotta split it into 2 cases? 2 chapters, I mean. Oh, you watched the VOD starting from the Kotoba deduction? Oh my god. Yeah, that was insane. I was like screaming. Well, so thank you for watching the VOD too, you guys. Oh my god. What's this? A passport for travel issued to the victim? We're learning about the torrid life of Eugene Mikotopa. Dated 31st October? What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that just one day before the inspector's body was discovered, there's a distinct possibility he wasn't even in the country. But he would have brought Gina. Order, order. Oh my god. Somebody finally is saying order in a normal way. This document is for a passage to France. It does appear to have been officially authorized. The day before the SS Grouse arrived in Dover, it docked on the northern coast of France for a night. According to my father, who was on board, at the port of Dunkirk. Dunkirk, France. What could possibly have taken the victim there? I'm impressed, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I certainly didn't expect you to get your hands on that passport. What do you mean by that? That's your hometown. I was just thinking. I was like, Ned, you've been there. You live there. Hey, Ned's hometown. All right. What? You mean you knew about this? They keep bringing it up in this case. How did that feel that they just kept talking about your hometown? The prosecution's strategy for this trial has been laid down by the Crown Prosecution Office. On the day before the incident, the victim was investigating contraband dealings at a London club. That's the outcome of Scotland Yard's investigations, and the line the prosecution has been asked to follow. Yes, time to be a little rebel, Kazuma, let's go. Fuck Strongheart. But personally, I don't agree. Get there! Yes! Kazuma! I think the prosecutor's office is trying to hide something. Yeah! What? And now that you've expertly disproven their assertion, I intend to reveal what I believe that something to be. What are you playing at, Prosecutor Asogi? We're not gonna dance to your little tune, Strongheart, okay? A courtroom is a forum for the truth, my lord. Which is why it's my duty to present all the facts, without exception. Let me guess. This was your intention from the outset, wasn't it? You betcha! You betcha! The reason Inspector Gregson secretly made his way to the steamship docked in France on the day in question was to carry out a mission for the Reaper! Wait, do you mean... he wasn't sent to plot the assassinations of Jigoku or Mikotoba, was he? Oh my god, terrifying. Order, order. What on earth are you saying, counsel? The prosecution made an assertion in court yesterday. Inspector Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper. When he discovered the location of the man's secret hideout, he was killed. As I'm sure everyone can imagine, by the Reaper's hand. But in reality, the truth is the opposite of that. What? Inspector Gregson wasn't investigating the Reaper at all. He was, in fact, acting for the Reaper. So, you're saying the mission he was undertaking was, obviously, an assassination. Barak Van Zeeks never carried out any of the actual killings. Whenever the Reaper's victims lost their lives, he always had a cast iron alibi. Which tells us that he must have had an accomplice. God damn it, Cosmo, were you gonna drop this? And you claim that was Inspector Gregson. Hold it. What the hell do you think you're saying, eh? My boss would never have done nothing like that. And yet, when you consider all the facts, it all makes perfect sense. No! It can't be! We also arrived at the same conclusion, didn't we? That Inspector Gregson was operating as the Reaper. Even so, there's no way that the person giving him his orders was Lord Van Zieks. No, the true Reaper is somebody else. Varric Van Zieks is not the Reaper. A predictable response from someone who's advocating for the man. And even if it's true that Gregson was operating as an agent of the Reaper, the suggestion that he went aboard the SS Grouse on an assassination mission doesn't follow at all. Oh, you have some solid reason for doubting the assertion, do you, Counsel? Absolutely. It's very simple. On the day in question, nobody was killed aboard that steamship. Professor Mikotoba and Judge Jigoku were on that very ship. If someone had been assassinated, I'm certain we would have heard about it. What's so funny? You're right, of course. No suspicious deaths were reported on board the ship. But I think perhaps you've missed the point. Yeah, poofed. I don't know why Kazuma is being so rude. Like, poofed. You laughing at me, dude? That's precisely why Inspector Gregson himself lost his life. What? Gregson did board the SS Grouse that night with the intention of dispatching his mark. But his mission ended in failure. Failure? It seems that the defense hasn't yet grasped a very important detail here. What are you talking about? What detail? Inspector Gina Lestrade. What? The victim's notebook that you read an excerpt from earlier. That doesn't contain details of secret investigations at all. It describes 10 years of assassination plots to be carried out by the Reaper of the Bailey. You're lying! Even if all them bludgers what got taken out at it coming, the boss weren't the Reaper. Poor Gina. There's no question that Tobias Gregson was heavily involved in the Reaper's activities. You may just be an apprentice, but if you've spent any time at Scotland Yard, you must have heard rumors. I ain't heard nothing, and I don't believe a word of it. And testify again, as a representative of Scotland Yard. Consider it your chance to defend your boss. I don't... I concur. The witness will give a new formal testimony. You're gonna make me lose my hearing, Strongheart. You're gonna give me tinnitus. Miss Lestrade, you will tell the court everything you know about Inspector Gregson's secret notebook. The Reaper's notebook. Yeah, this notebook does have a load of stuff what the Reaper got up to this past 10 years. Names of victims, dates and places and stuff, and the last entry there was 31st October. Halloween! It said Grouse for the place on the date, and then the name of the mark. Who was the mark? There was a note about him being a criminal what got away from the Reaper in court 10 years ago or summit. But honest, the boss didn't do none of it. He was just investigating the Reaper, that's all. Thinking about getting a PC starting GTA on my Xbox so I can do it from the Xbox, but it sucks and it's hard to make changes and such. I'm gonna have to set up a Discord for voice or I'll get banned from Twitch. Oh, really? Huh. Well, yeah, when I first started out, I was streaming directly from PS4, and it did suck, so I can definitely tell the limitations if it's similar kind of deal. But you could capture card it. That's what I'm doing for this game. I wish you luck in your endeavors. Keep personal opinion out of the testimony, witness. We require only established fact here. This must be so hard for her. You can't deny it now, surely, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What can't I deny? The notebook contained the name of the final mark and the location where the assassination would take place. That's information that the victim could only have known if he was working with the Reaper. Ah! So, who was to be this final mark? Go ahead, Inspector Lestrade, read the name for the court. The name that's written alongside the entry that mentions the grouse on 31st October. What? Okay, that scared me for a second. I gotta reset the camera. Hold on a second. Everything went black for me for a sec. I hate it when it does this. Hold on a second. I can fix it. There we go. We're good now. Cool, good luck on making your PC. I hope you can find stuff for real cheap. Don't you break Twitch? Get your shit together, Twitch. No, I don't think it was Twitch. I think it was my capture card, like my literal hardware over here. That was the problem. The signal just cut out between my computer and the capture card for a bit. And when that happens, the feed freezes. But I caught it this time and I fixed it. So we're good. Eh? Oh, how do you read this then? Right, she said it was like not an English name. I knew it. They were gonna assassinate Jikoku or Mikotoba. Which one? Reading's still not her strong suit. That ain't the problem, all right, Odo? It's a funny name. It ain't English. It's hard to read. So it's someone from overseas. Let me have a bash at it. Set Ishiro. Is it? Oh my god. It was Jikoku. Why were they gonna... Don't try to take the heat off Twitch. Oh. No, I promise. It's a capture card issue, but thank you. Oh my god, they really weren't trying to assassinate Jikoku, but why? It can't just be because he was tied to the Reaper thing 10 years ago. They were totally wanting to assassinate him, having something to do with this, big law meetup they're having right now. Yeah, say Shiro. Oh, it did it again. Why? I gotta mess with my chords. Hold on. Dishonored is No, my capture card is English. Alright, I just gotta reset this again. There we go. Hopefully it stops. Yeah, Seishiro. Jig Oak you. Yeah, GPC and capture card equals streaming on Twitch. Exactly, that's how I got started. Hey! G-Go-Q, maybe? What? It can't be. Seishiro Jigoku? But that's Judge Jigoku. Seishiro Jigoku. Certainly not an English name, you're right. Shut the fuck up, you know exactly who that is, Strongheart.
Objection!
But that can't be right. I know Judge Jigoku, and I saw him the day before yesterday here in London. So I know for the fact that the man hasn't been assassinated. He's too buff and sexy to die. As I said, the Reaper failed. Oh. Gregson missed his chance to kill his mark and return to British shores. But the Reaper wouldn't tolerate the mistake. So he killed the inspector, personally. The Reaper, of course, being the accused, Barrick Van Zeeks. A bouncing thing too? If you want, you can. Up to you. The program I use to animate my PNG is ViatoTube. And there's all different ways you can animate it. It can also be kind of drifting around and stuff like that. It's an undeniably logical argument. Yeah, Strongheart is the Reaper, isn't he? What a bitch. The one who's behind it all, so technically the Reaper. Kazuma, you planned for the trial to go this way all along, didn't you?
Hold it!
Oh, let's go Van Zeeks! It's got fancy writing, so it's Van Zeeks. Woo! Let's go! This is amazing from the front. I love him so much. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice whilst I stand accused of murder. I love him. Lord Van Zeeks. Imagine that on the 3DS with the 3D on, like, yo, your foot, sir. I know, right? The accused has no right to speak uninvited in court. You will return to the dock. I say nothing of whether or not I'm the Reaper. That's the task of this court to decide. But there is one thing I can say unequivocally. That girl is no detective. What? Don't be mean to Gina. What? Nah, that's right, I ain't. I'm an inspector. Repeating rumors heard around the yard, reading entries from a notebook of unconfirmed origin. That's not testimony. It's practically a script. No doubt the rest of this trial will go exactly as you've clearly planned. Strongheart! Your hatred of me is understandable. In your mind, I'm sure I am the Reaper who sent your father to the gallows all those years ago. But you're in danger of becoming a far more sinister Reaper yourself. Yes! Yes, get him! Get him, Van Zeeks! You're absolutely right. By attempting to have me condemned with this feeble excuse for testimony. Yeah! What did you say? Mr. Naruhodo, this is our chance. My lord, The defense requests that the defendant be allowed to speak. He may be privy to important information relating to the testimony just given by the witness. God, how is he so scary like that? Very well. I'll make an exception and grant the request. The defendant may remain in the witness stand for the cross-examination. Then allow me to toast the court's impartiality. Oh, it's dripping with sarcasm. Don't raise your glass in my direction, sir. The sass! Counsel for the defense, begin the cross-examination immediately. You want a unicorn gavel? At once, my lord. The Reaper's notebook. Yeah, this notebook does have a load of stuff about what the Reaper got up to these past 10 years. Names of victims, dates and places and stuff. And the last entry there was 31st October. It said grouse for the place on that date, then the name of the mark. There was a note about, oh, wait, this is already, oh, I forgot. It felt like 5 million years between when she gave the testimony and when we're allowed to cross-examine her. Oh my God.
Hold it!
And you're saying that the mark listed was Seishiro Jigoku? That's what it said. Funny name if you ask me. So he's just standing there. Okay. And I thought your name was odd. So pleased to have lost my crown there. Mr. Jigoku is the presiding judge of Japan's Supreme Court of Judicature. I remember the man. He came to our country as a visiting student 16 years ago. Studying international law and diplomacy under your tutelage, Lord Strongheart. That bearded young fellow was a very able man, I must say. So Lord Strongheart was Judge Shigoku's mentor. If I'm not mistaken, he returned to Japan 10 years ago now. 10 years ago, after that fateful case. Precisely. In the aftermath of the Professor case, his repatriation was organized immediately. It's a mystery why such a man would be listed in the inspector's notebook. I didn't think it was possible, but the mood in here has gotten even worse now. Maybe I'll just keep talking. There was a note about him being a criminal what got away from the Reaper in court 10 years ago or something.
Hold it!
What do you mean a criminal? Judge Shigoku is no criminal. You mean when he broke the witness stand? Well, don't ask me. I don't know nothing about it. Oh, do you remember what Father told us? That Judge Shigoku did once appear in court here in Britain. It was related to the Professor case, I'm sure. Yes, of course, you're right. Seishiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took to the stand to testify. But he got a little carried away and actually managed to break the witness stand. I want to see that animated so bad. He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire, for which he was charged. So that's the trial upon which they were like, oh, he got away from the Reaper. It was a pitiful situation, yes. I'd forgotten all about it, but I prosecuted that trial too, as it happens. You did? It was considered to be an adjunct to the professor proceedings, you see. But he was acquitted after being told to make reparation for the damage caused to the stand. And there you have it. Have what? Surely the accused hasn't forgotten his own rule. That there's no saving anyone who faces the Reaper in court, guilty or innocent alike. What? No! Are you suggesting the reason Judge Jigoku was targeted for assassination? The man was sent back to Japan immediately after that trial. The Reaper had no time to do his work. But then, 10 years later, the mark returns to Britain once more. Perhaps now you start to see just how vindictive the Reaper is. Come on, that's absurd! To take someone's life for that? Isn't the whole premise of the Reaper absurd, killing those who have been found innocent? Clearly the rules by which the man operates are beyond a sane person's comprehension. But prosecuted the trial or prostituted the trial? The trail? I used to, like, misread and misspeak that so much when I was playing Ace Attorney when I was younger. But honest, the boss didn't do none of it. He was just investigating the Reaper, that's all. So you have complete faith that the Inspector Gregson is innocent in all this? Of course I do. I mean, I owe him that, don't I? Because he's the only one who had faith in me. Gina. The boss promised me he did. He promised me that even though I was just a diver, he could turn me into a top-notch detective. A code with a good heart like that ain't gonna go and rob people of their futures, is he? Every single person killed by the Reaper was a criminal of the first order. Lowlifes like that have no compunction about robbing hundreds of others of their futures. Their ludicrous acquittals in court give them the freedom to make hundreds more suffer. I don't... So what? You justified your actions because you were protecting innocent people's futures? Sam! This is nuts! This shit is nuts! I'm learning about the torrid life of Eugene Mikotoba. Last episode was freaking nuts! So this is what you meant by case 4 and case 5 are a little funny. Because they're the same case. I was not expecting that. His little dances, oh no. I can't believe this. I'm not suggesting that the Reaper's methods are justified at all. But life isn't black and white. That's all I'm saying. Oh. So that's what we have to work with. It may help us that Lord Van Zeeks is in the stand too. Yes, perhaps. I'm sure that Gina knows nothing she hasn't already told us. There's no point in trying to get more out of her. Did you notice how Kazuma-sama reacted to Lord Van Zeeks' words? When he called him an even more sinister Reaper, you mean? Well, I'm sure Kazuma intends to eliminate any shred of doubt that the man is guilty. He's looking for revenge against the person he considers to be his father's killer, after all. But his father's killer was actually Strongheart. I do worry that if we fail to find a discrepancy in this testimony somewhere, the trial may end and adjudication won't go in our favor. Let's listen carefully again to what everybody is saying. Yeah, I gotta press everything. Yeah, this notebook does have a load of stuff about what the Reaper got up to these past 10 years. In other words, it shows that Gregson was basically acting as the Reaper. That shit, I didn't expect that. Not you and all. That ain't the only explanation, is it? He could have been investigating the Reaper in secret, and that notebook said what he found out. If I may. When originally people began referring to me as the Reaper, I didn't object. I believe that the power to intimidate London's criminal classes into compliance with the law to be beneficial. But you carried out your own investigations into the true identity of the Reaper, didn't you? Yes, and those investigations proved conclusively that Gregson was one arm of the Reaper. One arm? What are you on about? The Reaper's victims were all extremely shrewd criminals at the top of their game. There's simply no way one person could have taken them on alone. The Reaper is an organization with you at its head. I had spies at the yard keeping me abreast of Gregson's movements, letting me know when he was elsewhere. So I'd been able to check the most recent entry in his book. I knew the location. You knew it said grouse? Believing it to be a reference to the Gentleman's Club, I went there on the day in question to investigate alone. Ah, so that explains why several members of the club claim to have seen you there. But of course, the inspector was not there. Because at the time he was making his way to the steamship docked on the northern coast of France, as shown by the passport shown in the victim's metal trunk. Very well then, back to your testimony about the contents of this notebook. Fine. Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? You seemed a little shocked by something a moment ago. Oh, no, it's all right. I'm overthinking this, aren't I? Names of victims, dates and places and stuff, and the last entry there was 31st October.
Hold it!
Names of victims, dates, places, and stuff? What in particular? Well, beside the victims' names, this other name kept cropping up. What other name was that? It's the one I told you yesterday. The same name written over and over again. You mean... Assassin? It still gets me. Yeah, that's the one. She's a friend of yours or something, isn't she? No? Were you even listening yesterday? Assassin. The assassin. What? Like a killer, you mean? Gregson was the tactician, the one who came up with the plan of attack. He investigated the marks thoroughly, finding out when they would be vulnerable and who to use to get at them. But the person actually executing his plans was someone else, you're saying. If that's true, then the Reaper does indeed start to sound like an organized group of vigilantes. Ah, then perhaps what it said on the passport document. Permission for the applicant and one additional person to travel. Could that additional person have been clearly the assassin who was meant to take Seishiro Jigoku's life? I don't believe it. I still think that extra person was for Gina to come away with him to France. Gina, can you confirm that against the final entry that listed Grouse and Seishiro Jigoku? What name was written? Oh, well, that's the only entry that didn't have a name next to it as it happens. What? It just had like a question mark or something there, I think. In other words, Gregson himself didn't know the identity of the assassin in that case. But Gregson was the one making the plans, was he not? Oh, how infuriating. A nameless assassin? Objection. Right, I've had just about enough of this. Gina? All this nonsense about the bosses planning to kill people is cobblers. Come on, Odo. Yes? Why ain't you saying nothing? Why ain't she yelling out objection or summit? What? You've got to find a flaw. You do usually. Someone's lying here, no question. You've got to work out who it is. Please, for the boss. No. That outburst was an insult to the court and to your own testimony. I might have known that a common pickpocket from the back slums couldn't make a detective. Shut up, Strongheart! When this trial is over. What? Just for that? Just for that? Just for that? You asshole! When this trial is over, you will forfeit your warrant card, Miss Lestrade. Is that clear? I've had it with the lot of you. It's lies every bleeding place you look in this world, innit? Well, I've had enough. Gina. So have I. After that little speech of Gina's, I've made up my mind. Let's go for Ryunosuke! To do what, Mr. Naruhodo? There was one point in that cross-examination when something that was said just didn't sit right with me. One statement that seemed odd. Oh, do you mean... I'm not going to let Gina's plea for help fall on deaf ears. Come on, Odo, help! You gotta find a flaw somewhere. That was on the first one.
Hold it!
In other words, it shows that Gregson was basically acting as the Reaper. Not you and all, so the only explanation is that he could have been investigating the Reaper in secret, and that notebook said what he found out. If I may, when originally the people began referring to me as the Reaper, I didn't object. Believed it would be beneficial, but you carried out your own investigations into the true identity of the Reaper, didn't you? Yes, and those investigations proved conclusively that Gregson was one arm of the Reaper. One arm? What do you want about? The Reaper's victims were all extremely shrewd criminals at the top of their game. There's simply no way one person could have taken them on alone. The Reaper is an organization, with you at its head. I had spies at the yard keeping me abreast of Gregson's movements, letting me know when he was elsewhere. So I've been able to check the most recent entry in his book. I knew the location. You knew it said Grouse? Believing it to be a reference to the Gentleman's Club, I went there on the day in question to investigate. Alone. Ah, so that explains why several members of the club claim to have seen you there. But of course, the inspector was not there, because at the time he was making his way to the steamship docked on the northern coast of France, as shown by the passport found in the victim's metal trunk. Very well then. Back to your testimony about the contents of the notebook. Fine. About the passport... in the metal trunk. I mean, we already... Should we reinvestigate? Let's have a look inside. Look, there's something inside. Ooh, let's see. It appears to be a passport authorizing him to travel overseas. Was Inspector Gregson about to go on a trip abroad then? Perhaps the day of departure might tell us something that was... Oh, What is it? It was for travel on Halloween. What? Really? Gregson went to France the day before his body was discovered. The blood. Look at this dark stain here. Do you think? Yes, I'm afraid so. I think it's blood. Oh, I knew you were gonna say that. So that presumably means that this was a present at the scene when Inspector Gregson was killed. It's the most logical conclusion, yes. I think Gina's been carrying this around with her. You didn't know any better. I suppose it does look like a grease stain from all the fish and chips. Oh. And this. Have you seen this huge gash across the side of the trunk here? It's gone right through the letter and into the metal behind. Gosh, for a metal chest like this to have been so badly damaged, whatever made the gash must have struck the side of the trunk with considerable force. I wonder how it happened. Well, there's a bit of knife that got broken off in here. Do you see that? There's something stuck in the side of the trunk there. It's glinting. It looks like a fragment of metal of some sort. But it's wedged in so tightly I can't remove it. Well, don't cut yourself. You'd better leave it, I think. Oh, that was the same. Obviously, that's the part that stuck out as weird to Rinosuke. Something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? You seemed a little shocked by something a moment ago. Oh, no, it's all right. I'm overthinking this, aren't I? Okay, so I'm gonna press this last one.
Hold it!
I want to thank you, Gina. You helped me find my resolve. They said the thing! Resolve! Eh? What do you mean? Amongst everything we've heard during this cross-examination, there's one thing that defies explanation. One inconsistency. What? An inconsistency? Really, Odo? I don't quite know what it means yet, but yes, there's an inconsistency in something that was said by... Must have been Kazuma, right? Oh no. Yeah, Kazuma. Because at the time he was making his way to the steamship docked on the northern coast of France, as shown by the passport found in the metal trunk. Oh! How would Kazuma know that it was found in the trunk? Is that it?
Take that!
By you, Kazuma Asogi. Me? Is this some attempt at filibustering, Counsel? You shut up. Prosecutor Asogi has given no testimony. What are you suggesting I said that was inconsistent? You let something slip that you shouldn't have. When I present the relevant piece of evidence, I imagine you'll realize what you've done. Very well then, Counsel, go ahead. What evidence reveals this alleged inconsistency in something Prosecutor Soki has said?
Take that!
This is a trunk that belonged to Inspector Gregson. A metal construction, is it? It's certainly very heavy. What's this? A blood stain. And a relatively fresh one, too. What? You mean that ain't grease from all the boss's fish and chips? Fresh blood on the inspector's trunk. That suggests that the victim was traveling with that luggage when he was killed. That can't be. There was no mention of any trunk in Scotland Yard's report. Yes, there's a reason for that. Immediately after the inspector's body was discovered, one of the street peddlers made off with the trunk, hoping to sell it. But I found it! Me! With me nose for trouble! Which means that nobody should have known anything about the trunk. Unless, of course, we're talking about somebody who was present when the victim was killed. Did you kill him, Kazuma? And yet, during the cross-examination of the witness just now, you said this, Kazuma. Because at the time, he was making his way to the steamship docked on the northern coast of France, as shown by the passport found in the victim's metal trunk. So the question is, how did you know about the inspector's trunk? Strongheart told you, right? Because he was there. He killed Gregson. We know the man went on a trip to France. Where else would he have put his passport?
Objection!
No, that was rather specific. Metal trunk. But you knew it was a metal trunk. Answer me honestly, Kazuma. On 31st October, where exactly were you? Was he supposed to be the assassin? Was he the one who was sent to be the assassin because he's got two swords? At the port of At the port of Dunkirk? Girl, what were you doing at the Devil's Sacrament? God, I wish Rowan was here. Rowan's flying. Girl, what were you doing at the Devil's Sacrament? God damn it, it did it again. I gotta redo the chords.
Oh, sorry, was that me?
I don't think it was you. This happened. Chords are a little tangled up. Give them some air. Goodness gracious. All right, let me restart the capture card again. Here we go. Girl, what were you doing at the Devil's Sacrament? Is that the answer you're looking for, Ryunosuke? Why are you being like this, Kazuma? Kazuma, what did you... I hadn't considered the possibility before, but if Kazuma was there on the ship, then it could have only been for one purpose. Oh no, Mr. Naruhodo, surely you don't think... Come on, Ryunosuke, you know the rules. The only thing that really talks in the courtroom is hard evidence. As I understand it, Inspector Gregson always took that case with him when he traveled. So as it stands, you've proved nothing. Kazuma, are you challenging me to prove it beyond all reasonable doubt? That you were there that day, in the same place as the inspector? He was there with Gregson? There's a clue that you've overlooked. A secret that trunk can tell us. I can't be sure at this point. I'll need to verify it. But I have a nasty feeling that I'm gonna be right. Me too. I think part of his western sword might be lodged in there. The accusation being made is deeply disturbing. Unless Karma broke, but that would be like, no way, it's the other sword, isn't it? The accusation being made is deeply disturbing, but nevertheless, we must test it. The defense will identify for the court where in the trunk this alleged clue is to be found. Where is the evidence that ties Prosecutor Asogi to Inspector Gregson? First, I gotta open the trunk. Let's have a look inside. So this is the sword. You can see that. There's something stuck on the side of the trunk there. It's glinting. Looks like a fragment of metal of some sort, but it's wedged in so tightly I can't remove it. Don't cut yourself. You better leave it, I think. This.
Got it!
There's a small piece of metal lodged in the wall of the trunk here. Like the tip of a blade. A blade? Kazuma, slung around your waists as ever today, is the esteemed blade Karuma. Of course it is. Won't you draw it here in this courtroom for all to see? Did Karuma really break? Exercise caution, my learned friend. That man is the son of London's most notorious killer. Bailiff, watch Prosecutor Asogi like a hawk. That won't be necessary. It's his other sword! Oh, no, it is broken. Fuck. Oh, no! The tip is broken. Karuma really did break. Holy shit. Twisted Karuma in his last bow. If the fragment of metal from the trunk fits together with the end of the sword, the question of who was there with Inspector Gregson will be answered. Agreed. Kazuma Asogi. Alright, I'm gonna hydrate. Thank you, some dude. Expertly done, Ryunosuke. That's a point to you, and well deserved. Do you mean to tell the court, Prosecutor Asogi? Yes, on 31st October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk in order to carry out a mission. So the additional person authorized to travel was me. And the mission was the assassination of the Mark. What? What? Only Strongheart would have sent him on such a thing. You mean you're the killer whose name was omitted from this notebook? You're following the Reaper's orders to dispatch Judge Shigoku? Let me make one thing perfectly clear. I have killed no one. Explain. I accepted the assassination mission, yes, and I accompanied Gregson to Dunkirk. But I never had any intention of carrying out the plan. You were never going to do it? We can believe Kazuma-sama, I'm sure. After all, Judge Shigoku arrived safely in London the following day. On the 31st, I boarded a train from London with Inspector Gregson. We traveled to Dover, from where we crossed the channel to Dunkirk. Then we boarded the SS Grouse and made for the cabin deck, as indicated in the plan. You went to Judge Shigoku's cabin? Exactly. He wasn't there, though. We decided to wait, but you've already told us that you had no intention of going through with it anyway. I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life. So I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent that night at a boarding house in the town and returned to England the following morning. Well, how the heck did the tip of Karuma's blade get stuck in Gregson's trunk? A boarding house in Dunkirk? My signature will be in the register book. It would be simple enough to verify. Ah, he has been to Dover. Yes, he has. Then what became of Shigoku? Gregson was no assassin, so the Mark was spared. I'm sure it's easy enough to imagine what happened after that. Gregson returned to England as well, having failed to complete the mission. He met with the Reaper in that room on Fresno Street to report the failure, causing the infuriated mastermind to pull the trigger. Bro, I think you're right, except that it was Strongheart. not Van Zeeks. Are you saying Van Zeeks gave you that mission? Who the fuck gave you that mission, bro? And end his wretched agent's life. That's the real truth behind Inspector Gregson's murder.
Objection!
But if you did nothing as you claim, how did the tip of your sword come to be lodged in the inspector's trunk? Thank you, Barrack, my man. I don't need to answer that. What do you mean you don't need to answer that? The victim was killed by a gunshot. A small fragment of a Japanese blade isn't relevant to the... What the fuck? And accordingly, I choose to exercise my right to silence on that. Kazuma, why? Be that as it may, the court will sequester the sword as evidence. As you wish, my lord. The great sword Karuma has been entered into the court record, but now it's broken. We must take immediate action now to verify whether Seishiro Jigoku remains unharmed. What? Remains unharmed? I agree, that should be our first priority. It's recently come to my attention that he hasn't been seen since Oh, that's true! How did you... When a foreign dignitary invited to Great Britain goes missing for 24 hours, it's only natural that the question of his safety should arise. You don't mean to say that you think Judge Jigoku may have been killed? The Reaper has more than one assassin at his disposal, and he has the power and influence to give orders from the inside of a prison cell. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zeeks? If I were truly the Reaper, I'd be able to tell you. Ow, my ears. Order! Order in the court. Order. We will take an emergency recess for 30 minutes. Now, guests of the symposium have been told to maintain regular contact with the organizer's office. If the man can't be located within half an hour, we will have to assume the worst. Oh no, not Judge Jigoku! No one would want to kill a harmless Japanese man who'd only just arrived in the country. Except, that is, for the Reaper wanting to finish off a mark that slipped through the net 10 years ago. I would have to agree. Mr. Naruhodo, for the defense's sake. My lord? I sincerely hope we are successful. Is that what Sholmes and Mikotoba were off to do, to find him? If we're unable to confirm Mr. Jigoku's healthy existence in the next 30 minutes, you will face grave difficulties. Excuse me? Ah! Court is adjourned for 30 minutes. He's still rigging the shit out of this. Ooh, we're in the courtroom. Kazuma-sama, the Reaper's assassin. I feel as though I'm in a nightmare. I can hardly believe it either, but on the other hand, Kazuma isn't in the habit of making up stories. I have such a terrible sense of foreboding. If something awful has happened to Judge Jigoku. And I feel as though things will only spiral further and further out of control. I felt it from the moment I stepped into the courthouse this morning. That strange sensation that we were careening towards a foregone conclusion. Well, in the worst case, we might only have 30 minutes left. Unfortunately, though, I don't think there's anything we can do but wait now. We're out of options. Actually, there may be one last hand we can play. Or rather, one last ear. Is this the time? Are we gonna pull on the ears? Of course. The little Mr. Sholmes doll that Iris gave us. We're gonna yank it now? If for some reason you completely run out of options in the trial today. Ooh, I'm getting dragged out of shop and I'm glad I could peek in for a little. Ooh, I'm so glad to see you, Sam. I hope you had fun knowing things that I do not. I hope you can come back later. Thank you for stopping in, Sam. If for some reason you completely run out of options in the trial today, then just pull this little Hurley's ears as hard as you possibly can. Perhaps now is the time. What should I do? Pull Hurley's ears or not? Pull! Here it goes then. I'm gonna do it. Good luck, Mr. Naruhodo. No looking back. Heave! Ow! That scream sounded like Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes, where are you? Here, my dear fellow, here. It's the felt doll talking. Iris invented the walkie-talkie. Except it's a bunny talkie. Pull the ears again, Mr. Naruhodo, as hard as you can. Same, girl. All right, then I'll put all my strength into it. Heave! Ow! Oh my god, that's so cute. Please, my dear fellows, you don't need to pull my ear off. Oh my god, that's so cute. Mr. Sholmes, where are you? He's on a steamship. Myself and my trusty partner are presently in the first-class cabin area of the SS Grouse. The SS Grouse? She left over last night after the final pieces of cargo were loaded. We are currently docked at Dunkirk, but due to be underway again in half an hour. Yeah! I was thinking that too when I saw the little felt dolls for the first time. I could make these. Yeah, you can absolutely do that too. There's Sholmes in Dunkirk. How does that feel, Ned? Sholmes in Dunkirk. I might have to do that one day. Felt the little felt guys on Iris's backpack. We are currently docked in Dunkirk, but due to be underway again in half an hour. You've taken a ship to France? Please, even with my athletic prowess, I would struggle to jump the Straits of Dover. After we left Baker Street last night, we hurried by cab to the station and left by train to the port in order to board this vessel in time. So, you mean you'd already worked it out? That the steamship was where everything really took place? Mr. Naruhodo, pray, what is my name? Herlock Sholmes, the world-famous great detective. Recited to perfection. Well done. You're a genius, Mr. Sholmes. That's the only word for it. Oh, she's yanking on the ear. Ow, 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 ow. Mr. Sato, gently with this genius's ear, please. Oh my, I'm ever so sorry. If I may, Sholmes? Ah, there you are, Mikotoba. You may remember that it was in fact. Oh my God! Are we doing it in a section from Mikotoba's perspective? Ah, I had a feeling this would happen, but I thought it was gonna be in the past. Oh, I thought this would happen, but I thought it'd be the past, not the present. Oh my God, we are Eugene Mikotoba. I never thought we'd ever take Professor Mikotoba's perspective. You may remember that it was in fact I who made the connection to the SS Grouse. At Scotland Yard yesterday when we examined that notebook and I recalled my steamship ticket. Ah! But of course it was, my dear fellow. And Not once did I controvert that fact. I merely had our court-bound companions utter my name. Yes, you did, didn't you? We've just entered a recess. The trial resumes in 30 minutes from now. And if we're unable to present any new leads, then I'm afraid to say. Do not fret, please. And it's for precisely that purpose that my partner and I have made this journey. Whoa, you're having Tex-Mex in the airport. Oh my god, so much is happening, Rowan. The felt animals on Iris's backpack are walkie-talkies. And so we're currently walkie-talkieing Sholmes from the courtroom. But it's from Mikotoba's perspective. It turns out Gregson may have actually been murdered on a steamship called the Grouse. And, he was sent by the Reaper to assassinate Judge Jigoku. And the assassin sent with him was apparently Kazuma with his swords and stuff, but Kazuma refused to do it, and he claims that he ditched Gregson, but now we're like, bitch, Kazuma, did you do it? Did you kill Gregson? So, we gotta investigate. And we're also looking for Judge Jigoku because he's still missing. Do not fret, please. It's for precisely that purpose that my partner and I have made this journey. I have no doubt we shall have welcome news for you within the half hour. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. That would be wonderful. Yes, let's go! Until later, then. Yes, you'll be hearing from us if you're not in touch first. Ow, 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 ow. I shan't be hearing anything if you keep tugging my ear in that mindless fashion. So how is Kazuma still allowed to prosecute in this trial? He, well, Strongheart's letting it happen. And also he, exercised his right to remain silent on his sword. Right, Karuma broke. The little bit of metal that was stuck in the side of Gregson's trunk was the tip of Karuma, but he was like, Gregson got shot, he didn't get slashed or stabbed, so it's not relevant. So I'm not gonna tell you what happened. That's an American Bill of Rights, right? Whatever was the idea behind making a receiver operated in that way in the first place, Sholmes? Why the deuce would I know? It's Iris's invention, not mine. Your daughter is very smart, Mikotoba, both of them. How did you do it? I never would have expected it just from looking at you. Whilst I know how much you enjoy being the hero of the hour, Sholmes, we have but half that now before the Grouse puts to sea again. If we don't conclude our investigations rapidly, we shall find ourselves in Naples before long. There are times, Mikotoba, when you make a surprising amount of sense. So, let us begin! So yes, you arrived just in time, Rowan. Him again, or is his hair slightly different now, or is it a different guy? First class cabin number 2. Yes, this is the one. But I don't believe an investigation of the cabin is going to be plain sailing. That crewman standing in front of the door is an angry-looking fellow. Why you are loitering here? Who are you? My dear fellow, do you not recognize a world-famous great detective when you see one? The question really ought to be, who are you? Do you not recognize world-traveling great sailor? Chicken Stroganoff! Beef Stroganoff is his brother! Chicken Stroganoff! The Stroganoff siblings, beef and chicken. Chicken Stroganoff when you see. Great detective. Ha! I don't think so. Does he remember beef stroganoff? Do you see that, Mikotoba? Oh, it says Sholmes on his arm. Why does he have an autograph on his arm? It would appear that this man is a devoted follower of mine. Goodness me, is that a tattoo? That says Sholmes. That's the shittiest tattoo I've ever seen in my life. I must say, while such an adoration is flattering, naturally it does leave me a little cold. What are you talking about? Leave now! How distressing. My loyal devotee knows me only by name and not by appearance. And yet I already know a great deal about you, sir. You have a brother, I believe. Like yourself, he's a shipman. Currently traveling the world aboard a Russian steamship, in fact. How could you know this? Elementary, my dear Mikotoba. I'm sure it was. 3 days ago, I was bound for London aboard this ship, you see. We're looking for one of my fellow passengers, a man by the name of Jigoku. There is no one with this name on board, but we know that he purchased a ticket for passage. Ah, you mean Eastern man. He left ship 2 hours ago. Here at Dunkirk, he said something about emergency, I think. What? Are you sure? So Seishiro's realized that we're after him, has he? Well, why the hell is he running? His cabin is the one behind you. We should like to investigate, please. No, I have orders not to let even mouse inside. Mikotoba, be a good man and draw the sailor's attention away. But you're just gonna say this right in front of his face? Make up some excuse so that he leaves the area. It's like I'm right here. Doesn't great detectives see that even sailors have ears? Both left and right. Curses! The plan is ruined! God damn it, Sholmes! And you only have yourself to blame, I'm afraid, Sholmes. Forget it. Cabin door is locked. Even if I am not here, you cannot get inside. Mikotoba, I'm sure you haven't forgotten my special talent, have you? Opening any lock? Within a mere 5 seconds. So that extends to disarming time bombs too, I take it? I know, Rowan, I was like, special talent. Rowan's gonna latch onto this. So if you'd be so kind as to afford me the requisite time, old friend, in your typically accommodating manner. How could I refuse such a typically unappealing request, old friend? This is not the time for that. Y'all only got less than 30 minutes. So I need to distract the burly sailor for 5 seconds, do I? Use your wiles, Mikotoba. Apparently you have a lot of those. Good man. So, the game is afoot? Seduce this guy, Mikotoba. He's like a Neo-Temple Guardian statue, this fellow, the way he's glaring at us so fiercely. Tell me, why are you standing guard here if the cabin is unoccupied? Because this area is only for first-class passengers. We must look out for suspicious criminals. He was looking straight at me when he said that. My dear fellow, as you can plainly see, we are quite unsuspicious as criminals go. But still criminals. No. For goodness sake, Sholmes, tell the man we're neither suspicious nor criminals. Ah, yes, quite right, Mikotoba. Curses! The seaman is far too able for his own good. Be extremely careful in what you say. One of us ought to be, yes. This must be a mousetrap, I think. Perhaps I could distract the crewman's attention with this somehow. Try it. Choo! Choo! That sounds like Big Mouse in Trap. Choo! Choo! You're making chew noises! Mikotoba making chew noises! I will bring bucket of water later and put out of misery. I don't like the sound of that. Those are some nice mouse squeaks, Mikotoba. In any case, my dear fellow, that was quite unconvincing. Only Japanese mice make a chew sound. Oh god, don't tell Blockberry Creative. Oh really, Sholmes? And pray tell, what sound do Russian mice make? P, naturally. Though also quite unconvincing, I readily admit. Mikotoba is a weird girl confirmed. Hello, gynecologist. Mikotoba is such a weird girl. Go ahead, Mikotoba, do a P this time. No, thank you. I'm sure I can come up with an alternative solution. Oh! Yeah, hit the alarm. That'll distract him. This would appear to be an alarm bell. All hell would break loose if that thing were to ring. The whole crew would know about it. Set it off! Here goes then. Pardon me in advance. You! What are you doing? If we were at sea, that would be a very bad problem. What's going on down there? Seaman Stroganoff, report at once. Sorry, sir, nothing to report. It was just a stupid trick. No, not by me, by world famous. No, as I told you. Now, Sholmes. Now, Sholmes. Now. What? Done. What? Hijinks. Not even 5 seconds, eh? Well, don't just stand there gawping at my brilliance, Mikotoba, and we go. Oh, yes. 3rd November, SS Grouse. Well, I guess this has exactly the same plans as the SS Burya. Oh, a lot of shit happened in here. First class cabin, number 2. A mess in here. We gotta tell Jigoku to clean up. Goodness, good gracious. It would appear that the occupant of this cabin did indeed disembark rather hurriedly. Those clothes on the floor there. They're Seishiro's, without question. Why do you know it just a glance? Well, it seems we are just a little too late. Yes, by about 2 hours. Still, whilst we're here, we should investigate thoroughly. There may well be 2 hours worth of clues to find in here. But that burly crewman may return at any moment, Sholmes. He's just running through France naked? Not even 5 seconds, that's what he said. Oh my god, Jigoku's running through France naked. What will we do? He's familiar with the look of his clothes on the floor. This is too much, Katie. I'm writing my reviews for Vine, but I keep getting distracted. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, but also I'm glad this is entertaining. Indeed he may, which makes this all the more thrilling. It's so thrilling to examine Jigoku's clothes on the floor. That's a substantial heap of clothes on the floor. An overcoat, shirts, a dressing gown, momohiki work trousers, a tanzen robe, a haramaki waistband, clearly the clothing of a Japanese man. And clearly, Japanese men are unaccustomed to the culture of the wardrobe. It looks to me as if they've been thrown in a heap like that in something of a hurry. Indeed, you could help yourself to a Japanese man's shirt, perhaps? I'm sure you made mention of packing too few. How would you know that, Sholmes? I'd very likely drown in one of Seishiro's shirts. I know, he's just so burly and... Seishiro's thick. No, I'll just buy any extras I need, I think. Well, we all know from the first game, there's always something in the wardrobe. According to the report I was given, Naruhodo was concealing himself in Asogi's wardrobe. I want to buy this localization team a drink, I agree. Indeed he was, and it was of a similar size to this one. Ah, you must climb inside yourself, my dear fellow. Spectre, hello! How are you doing? We've got a Holmes and Watson thing going on here, except it's Sholmes and Eugene Mikotoba, who is the Watson of this game. What? Whatever for? It was the site of my first fateful meeting with Mr. Naruhodo. You can experience the moment for yourself now, complete with my dramatic rhetoric. Hey Spec, this thing is riddled with homosexual text, not even subtext. Never played Ace Attorney, but seeing someone named as Naruhodo lets me know it's already Ace Attorney. Spectre, you are absolutely correct and right. Phoenix right. Come along now, in you go. This will only take a moment. Really, Sholmes, surely you can tell me what you said. Well, I uttered some brilliant remark and opened the wardrobe to reveal the stowaway murderer. I think I'll just read about it in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Oh, they're not even gonna open the wardrobe? Peepaw, Ace Attorney. This is about his peepaw. Quite the exquisite glass, I must say. See here how it's... He just trailed off like that. Is something wrong, Sholmes? You suddenly trailed off. Ice. Mikotoba ice! What opulence! The first-class passengers enjoy chilled drinks! Pardon? Could it be that the steamship is equipped with an electrically refrigerated cold room? Do you... Ah! That's where they stored Gregson's body! Well, it is a luxury liner after all. Is Jigoku naked in the cold room? The horrors. Oh god. No, but Gregson might have been naked in the cold room. No. Poor Gregson's corpse. His pee-pee is gonna shrink. No, Rowan, pee-pee is what Russian mice say. Well, it is a luxury liner after all. They have enormous refrigerators for storing all sorts of lavish produce as well as ice. What on earth is going on? I know, Spec, I'm having such a great time right now. On our voyage from Japan, we enjoyed culinary delights from all over the world. Suddenly, Mikotoba, the sight of you is making my... If I had a camera on, y'all would have seen me fucking dive out of screen. I just about fell in my chair. It's starting to turn into corn real fast. The sight of you is making my mouth water. Jigoku hiding in the room hearing this. Ah! Then he must be in the other hiding spot. He must be under the bed. I haven't taken on the flavor of the food I ate. I haven't taken on the flavor of the food I ate, you know? Oh god! Mikoto, that doesn't help! We can't examine the bed, no! Is he hiding in the trunk? Because that's the other place where Ryunosuke was. They need to stop. This is an Ace Attorney. This is a large train passing by. That's a very sizable trunk indeed. Seishiro is partial to all things large. I can't do this. I can't do this. Seishiro is partial to all things large. He's just looking at me for real, for real. And a rather clumsy fellow if he failed to notice he'd left that behind. Thank you, Rowan, for clipping. I fucking love this game. Me too. Gonabologist, me too. Perhaps he left it on purpose. It's lighter than you might think, but still a hindrance to a speedy escape. Well, why don't we open it? Pity. It's locked, so we can't look inside. Well, I thought we had Herlock Sholmes, master of unlocking. Surely 5 seconds from now, the situation will be quite different, though. Sadly not. It has a 7-digit combination lock. Well, what the fuck? Why don't you... Anyways, Spec, what you need to know is because what cheated on his wife and got Sholmes pregnant and a big daughter. And I'm not in a morose enough mood to work through all the combinations at present. I'm never morose when you're around, my dear friend. Noted male whore Mikoto made Sholmes a single father and ran. Absolutely. One hell of a study tour studying anatomy. These are the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Additionally, if there are severe punishments for stowing away in wardrobes and/or travel cases. Oh, did they have to add that new rule on for Ryunosuke? I feel the rules have increased since I last read them. Probably just my imagination. He was also in a throuple with Jigoku and Hisogi's dad, so male whore is right, exactly. What about the fact that they're not straight on the wall? Neither are you guys! Doesn't that strike you? There's a whole ass polycule, I know, right? You may be right. Probably just your imagination, though. A trifle. And you know what I always say, Mikotoba? There is nothing important about trifles. It's probably just my imagination, but I think that might be slightly off. There's a speaking tube here. Look, though it's been stoppered with some cloth. So the voices of the crewmen on the bridge aren't an annoyance, I suppose. Or indeed, so that the voices in this cabin aren't heard elsewhere. Could something have happened in here that was for no one else's ears, do you think? Either that, or it could be to prevent snakes from entering. There was never any snake, Sholmes. Well, there was a snake, but it wasn't that snake. That really became a favorite case of yours, hasn't it? Did Jigoku put something in the trash? This is the waste paper basket, look, and there's still rubbish inside. Indeed, then let us pry. I discovered recently I have a penchant for exploring the contents of others' waste paper baskets. I sincerely hope only for your work. He's just gone dumpster diving now. He can't make the rent anymore. Ah. Here we have a notice issued to the passengers from 3 days ago. 3 days ago? The night before we arrived in London then. When I was still aboard myself. Evacuation drill notice, 31st October. Hey! I couldn't read all of that. Ah, yes, there was an evacuation drill. I remember now. For our safety and security, all first-class passengers were constantly under the watchful eye of the crew. So it was a welcome relief to have some privacy for once. Okay, thank you. That's been entered into the court record. Has Jigoku been on the screen recently? Big Sexy. We're looking for him. I want him to be on the screen. But he's not there. We're looking for him. The wall is a slightly different color just here. Do you see? Indeed, what you have observed arises when a frame that has been hanging for some time is removed. Perhaps your friend is an art thief. Now there's a bold deduction worthy of a great detective, I'm sure. He may very well be the elusive thief who has been plaguing France's galleries of late. You mean Arsène Lupin versus Sherlock Holmes? Yes, Gonapologist, exactly. We're DILF hunting. I think perhaps we should focus our attentions elsewhere, Sholmes, don't you? That outline on the wall, I feel as though I might have spotted something of a similar shape and size elsewhere. Oh my god, we go back and broken too. Oh fuck, god damn it. You are still here? Ah, Abel Seaman Stroganoff. Hello again. I was beginning to think you'd never materialize. Miss Vera. Eh? You are waiting for me? Of course, I was expecting you to burst in with a hearty Russian profanity far sooner. I was in trouble with Captain because of trick you played before. Poor innocent chicken. It's all your fault. Ship is leaving port soon. Get off now. Wait, just pull the yank the frame. Of course, we shall disembark presently, my dear fellow, but first, there is something that must be done. What are you talking about? Why, naturally, the debunking of your deceit and the bearing of the truth. Oh my god, are we doing a logic and reasoning spectacular right here? Kakoi? I'm afraid I see through your lies. For one thing, Mr. Jigoku has not yet left this vessel at all. Ah! And for another— oh! DILF incoming! DILF incoming! We're gonna figure out where he is. And for another, my dear Seaman Stroganoff, you know exactly where the man is even as we speak, don't you? How can you— Good gracious, Sholmes, you mean you've worked it out? All of it? It's really been too long, hasn't it, old friend? 10 years, no less. So, would you care to join me for a dance of my inimitable logic and reasoning? They're gonna dance! They're gonna do the waltz. They're gonna do the tango. Nothing would please me more. Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure. Eugene Mikoto, but the music dance. What is this? They're gonna start dancing, man. We have but minutes until the vessel puts to sea. No games now. time is of the essence. Oh my god, the music! Mr. Stroganoff, allow me to remind you of your earlier claim. They could have gay sex on screen, it would be less romantic than this. For real, though! If anyone... oh, headphones. Oh, awesome! You got noise canceling. Hella. Mr. Stroganoff, allow me to remind you of your earlier claim. I gotta crank up this music, man. You told us that Jigoku left the ship some 2 hours ago. That is what I said. Sadly, that was a rather clumsy lie. You see, there is something in this room that quite clearly contradicts it. What? Ah, yes, of course. I see you noted it too, Mikotoba. Then please do take the lead. What in this cabin shows the impossibility of Jigoku having disembarked 2 hours ago. This is your favorite track in the entire duology? Ooh, they're gonna kiss at the end of this. Let's see what the last 3 years have done to your observational skills then, Mikotoba. What 3 years? It's been 10 years since we last did this, Sholmes, not 3. Why, of course it has, quite. Now, all the clues are here in this cabin for your eyes to see. But as I always say, you must not merely look, but observe, and the answers become clear. So, impress me! I think I can manage that. The ice! Oh, I can't look at things, I just gotta present. That's fine. Because we don't have time to waste, right?
Take that!
We're rapid firing deductions. This is sexy. Ah! Perhaps you should have cleared away that glass. How curious that the ice shouldn't have melted despite it being abandoned 2 hours ago. He's dancing! Ah! That's how he got all that. It would appear that the man was here in this very cabin until moments before our arrival. With this well-chilled glass in hand. Get your mind off the refreshments, Sholmes. One might even conclude that somebody informed him of our boarding. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Stroganoff? But why would Seishiro run from us? Before we consider that question, allow me to confirm one small matter. Would I be correct in saying that these first-class cabins of the SS Grouse are the same ones in which you and Mr. Jigoku were accommodated on your voyage from Japan? Ah, that's right, they are. I was in the cabin next door, and Seishiro was, yes. 50 days in this very cabin during our voyage. As I suspected, for you see, there are traces in this cabin of a dark secret that Mr. Jigoku had to hide. Yeah, that was the trip from Japan to England, was 50 days. I keep forgetting how fucking tall Jigoku is. He's the judge, he's gotta be imposing. What traces? I know nothing about this. Oh, this is news to you, is it, Mr. Stroganoff? Sholmes, what exactly are you getting at? As I said, there are traces in this cabin of some nefarious activity. Something that appears out of place, which I'm quite sure won't have escaped your notice. Something out of place here. That's the key to this, Mikotopa. The remnants of the dark deed that took place here are being masked by something quite incongruous. I must say, I didn't foresee ever doing this dance of deduction with you again, Mikotopa. You're right, this is so romantic. No, quite, but life is full of unexpected twists and turns, as we well know. Now then, let's see if I can uncover the truth here. Yes, you have the floor, my dear fellow. They're so romantic. What's rather awkwardly hiding traces of a crime?
Take that!
Yes, let's go! Woo! It's the rules of passage in this frame here. They're obviously out of place. This is like if it were a couple broke up and back together years later. So true. The way they're hanging crooked on the wall as if they were put there in a hurry. Yes, as I'm sure you've already concluded. That frame was originally over there. The size and shape are a perfect match. The fix for the ship are crazy, I bet. Yeah, I was already scoping a few last night. Stop! You are right! When did frame move? Hardly the most observant of crewmen, are you, Mr. Stroganoff? I would think your captain is quite justified in having his reservations about your reliability. Oh dear, that really seemed to touch a nerve. So, Mikotoba, why don't you lift that frame off the wall? This is where Gregson was killed! That looks like a bullet hole. What? Who has been shooting walls? I see, the projectile has been removed. Clearly, the careful occupant of this room has already disposed of it. Jigoku, you didn't kill Gregson, did you? Now then, Mr. Stroganoff. Ah! I have the distinct impression that you're attempting to shield said occupant. I don't know what you're talking about. Why would I try to protect Eastern Stranger? Ah, so we're talking about the same man, I see. Good. Ah! If he did, he has to pay. I know. I'm sure we can get to the bottom of this in no time, aren't you? Because there's some very noteworthy evidence that explains the reason why you're lying for the man. Yes, you've been told to keep up this pretense as clearly shown by... I really don't know how to approach this one, Sholmes. Ah, my dear Mikotoba, simply keep first principles in mind. Study your subject from every angle, and I'm quite sure that you'll see it. In fact, I'd put a wager on it. So I'm to glare at the fellow from all sides? Well, I can certainly do that. I know you can certainly do that, Mikotoba. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's the tattoo, but I'm just gonna double check. Hand? Anything to do with your hands? Money?
Take that!
He loves ogling men, exactly. Yes, let's go, Mikotoba! It's almost too obvious for words. White, the universal language of the world? Money. Ah! And I'd wager that the Eastern fellow in question... Yeah, we just had to stare at Chicken Stroganoff's ass in order to get this deduction down. Just intently staring at his butt, exactly. Mikotoba intently staring at his butt is Seishiro Jigoku, yes? Gah! So I presume you realize what this means. There are clear signs that a crime has been committed in this cabin. And the way you're going, sir, you'll find yourself accused of being an accomplice. But I believe you know, Mr. Stroganoff. You know where Mr. Jigoku is hiding at this precise moment in time. As always, Mikotoba, in matters of deduction, the furtive glance is your unfaltering ally. Yes, I think you're onto something there, Sholmes. You found the chink in this burly fellow's armor. We need only follow the man's gaze to know where our prey is hiding. The slightest flicker of the pupils, a minutely delayed blink. Nothing escapes my attention, even that which is barely perceptible. You could hardly call this barely perceptible, Sholmes. The man turns his entire head. It's not exactly what you'd describe as a furtive glance, is it? It's almost too obvious. We shall let your tapping toes decide, my dear fellow. The trunk.
Take that!
You'd know about furtive glances. He's highly skilled at observing men. You turned immediately to look at this large trunk, didn't you? Ah! The truth is, Seishiro Jigoku was unable to escape from the ship in time, and is, at this very moment, doing his best to stifle his breath inside this trunk. If he still has a breath to take, I fear he may be running dangerously low on air. This is the guy in the safe all over again. It is! But also, like, how Ryunosuke got on the ship, he was stuffed inside that trunk. Not that exact trunk, except he was a different kind of baby girl. Yeah. Enoch Drubber. Junk in the trunk! What chicken stroganoff has exactly none of? I imagine he didn't count on us making a nuisance of ourselves for quite so long. I think it would be in everyone's best interest for us to open the trunk as quickly as possible. But how can we? Are you forgetting about the combination lock? We don't know the 7-digit code. The combination lock can't be opened from inside the trunk. Therefore, there must have been an arrangement for somebody to open it after our departure. This whole game is about grown-ass men fitting into small boxes. You're so true. What happened to 5-second Sholmes? He said he's not depressed enough right now to work through every single combination. Of course. In short, before Jigoku hid himself inside that trunk, mood, yeah. He must have told somebody the 7-digit number for the lock. As I'm sure you can confirm, Mr. Stroganoff. Oh, no, I know nothing about combination code. Wait, did he make Sholmes the combination code? That's gay, Jigoku. The fucking tattoo. You made the password Sholmes, Jigoku? Don't move a muscle, my good seaman. Huh? It is. Now, Mikotoba, would you do the honors and open the trunk? It's upside down, isn't it? 52311045. How on earth do you expect me? What's 20% of 37? Like in Rave Master. It's a 7-digit number, remember? Quickly now, we don't have time. So I assume this was a 6-digit number in the Japanese version. I wanna look. I wanna review. Yeah, review scene. Thank you. All right, 5. So they had to reprogram this just because they had to like change his name to Sholmes. Amazing. 2. 3. 1. 0. 4, 5. Yeah, baby!
Take that!
That did it! It's open! You had to meddle, didn't you? Damn, you were really stuffed in there. That looks painful, my guy. 'Cause you're huge. Well, Eugene, you've found me now. Hey! Sexy is back! Seishiro. Big sexy. I was really hoping beyond hope not to find you here, you know. But you're not entirely unsurprised, I take it? No, quite. I just wish it were some other way. Allow Gon apologist. It was 740, by the way. I used a calculator. Okay, good, because I'm bad at math. He had to hear everything. Nikotaba heard everything. No, quite. I just wish it were some other way. Well, are you ever going to introduce... Did you guys ever meet? He was here for 6 years. Ah, your reputation precedes you, Mr. Sholmes. I've read stories of many of your exploits. Are you kidding me? 6 years and they never met? God. I knew he knew he was fucked as soon as he heard the tap dancing. Yes! You've never met Mikotoba's boy toy? I can't. Mikotoba keeps his life so fucking compartmentalized. It's driving me crazy. Ugh. Cholmes was the other woman. Of course they can't meet. He's putting on airs. He's definitely part of the polycule. I think you're right, gynecologist. I've read stories of many of your exploits. Excuse my manners, Sholmes. This is Mr. Jigoku, my old friend and traveling companion. The devil is in the details, Mikotoba. I believe you meant to say your old friend and traveling companion. Who made the cowardly decision to flee the country without a word to anyone when things turned sour? I see my reputation precedes me as well. What an honor. Well, Seishiro, aren't you going to explain all this? You know it all by now, I imagine. What you didn't know, of course, is that 3 days ago, the girls are fighting! On the night before our arrival in Britain, an attempt was made on my life here on this very ship. By the Reaper of the Bailey? Yes, I've since heard. Because you were once prosecuted by the Reaper, weren't you? 10 years ago now, mind you. And I had no idea at the time what a dangerous individual he was. Anyway, when we arrived in London to find the symposium was postponed until goodness knows when, it became all too apparent to me that I might very well be targeted again. So you decided to flee the capital without saying a word to me about it? I'm afraid so, yes. Of course, I realize now that I really ought to have confided in you. It's somewhat surprising, I must say. What is? Well, first-class cabins aboard luxury steamships are in very short supply. It's more than a little hard to believe that this one just happened to be available. So says the protagonist of some colorful short stories. Well, I don't care for your opinion. The cabin did just happen to be available, so I purchased a ticket, and here I am. I've just seen for myself the obvious remnants of that incident in this cabin. So you'd already purchased your return ticket before you even docked in Dover, had you? Had you? To prevent anyone else from taking this cabin and seeing the evidence. Is that it? Eugene, I have nothing to say to you. Well, in a mere 5 minutes, the ship will set off on its onward voyage and not make port again until Italy. I'm afraid we must insist that you disembark with us at once. You have no jurisdiction over my movements. We have this, Seishiro. Take it. What is it? It's a subpoena from the Old Bailey. You're a man of the law. You know what the ramifications of ignoring a document like this from the British courts would be. Oh my god, his face! You came prepared then, Eugene. What the fuck? Come on, let's go. Did Jigoku really kill Gregson? Holy shit! One moment. What is it, Sholmes? Inside Mr. Jigoku's trunk, I found this rather fascinating trinket. What is that? Seishiro? I can't help you, I'm afraid. Some small component from something. But what? I have no idea. There was some... I can't check the court record right now, but there was something that was missing a piece. By the look on his face, I think he genuinely doesn't know. Well, let us pocket it as a small souvenir of our brief sojourn in France. Well, young Naruhodo, I think we've done as much as we can, I'm afraid. The rest will be on the shoulders of you and your assistant. You mean your daughter? Holy fuck, that was something. Thank you so much for following! Yay! Oh my god, that was sure something. Kazuma Asogi. I know you, and I know you wouldn't lie, but still, there's no doubt that you're holding something back. You know more than you're saying. During the past 30 minutes while this court was adjourned, all possible efforts were expended. But sadly, Mr. Jigoku's whereabouts could not be ascertained. Guess what, bitch? I found it! Or rather, we have him on a walkie-talkie right now. We must accept the unfortunate conclusion that the Reaper has already done the deed. There's no sense in wasting any more of the court's time. The prosecution calls for an immediate verdict.
Objection!
No, the trial cannot end now. You're a Japanese man, Ryunosuke. You should know when to lay down your sword. And you should know never to presume when the battle is won. The court has already been presented with all the evidence and heard all relevant testimony. And there can only be one conclusion, that the accused is guilty. All relevant testimony, far from it. There is still a crucial witness from whom the court is yet to hear a single word of testimony. In that case, call your witness to the stand at once, counsel. Whew. Yes, my lord. Tomorrow, if possible. The witness is already on his way and scheduled to arrive tomorrow. 3-day trial, the first and only 3-day trial in this entire duology. I see Ryunosuke without Karma on his hip and it makes me say, oh my god, you're right! He doesn't have Karma on his hip and that is weird. You're so right! Who on earth is this crucial witness? Seishiro Jigoku. The very man allegedly murdered by the Reaper. Judge Jigoku? You found him? Ow, my ears. But the investigations of every policing resource in the capital suggest that Jigoku is already dead. How, in the name of God, did you find the man? He was located in France during the recess at the port of Dunkirk. Thanks to one of Mr. Herlock Sholmes' famous deductions. Herlock Sholmes. Inspector Gregson almost certainly met with Mr. Jigoku on the night of his death. Because along with Prosecutor Asogi, Gregson was on a mission to assassinate the man. Yeah, he's not happy about this. I want to make this the most miserable day of Maelstrom Heart's life. That is my mission for today. Which means that Seishiro Jigoku is the sole witness who can clarify exactly what happened aboard the SS Grouse on the 31st October. It's so funny that blood testing was too far for the court to accept, but people don't question how Ryunosuke got a cell phone. Maybe they thought he sent an urgent telegram. Well, it would appear that it's too soon to to the adjudication at this point. They would accuse him of witchcraft. Well, as soon as he says it's an invention by Herlock Sholmes, everybody will be like, oh, that makes sense. It appears too soon to move to adjudication at this point. The prosecution concurs. The court must hear Mr. Jigoku's testimony. No judgment should be passed until all testimony has been considered. Ow. In that case, I hereby call the end of today's proceedings. Court will reconvene at the same hour tomorrow. No objections from either side? No, my lord. No objections, my lord. We live to fight another day, by the skin of our teeth. Yeah, it probably would have gone more poorly if he held out like the bunny doll for Sholmes to speak to the court. That probably would have gone a lot worse. Oh, my dear God. The unexpected halt of proceedings sent a clamor around the courtroom. But outside the Bailey, where Londoners knew nothing of the secret trial within, it was a typical still night. Then, at a little past 8 o'clock that evening, Mr. Sholmes and his partner returned to Baker Street. Oh my God, look at the spread. He's like pulling out all the stops to welcome his friend back. 3rd November, 8:07 p.m. Sholmes' Suite. We have returned, my dear fellows. Okay, I need I need a breather after all that. And I need to refill my water too. So I'm gonna take a little break, but I'll leave you with the nice Sholmes music. Friend, look at them. I know, right? Oh my God. All right, I'll be right back, you guys. So if you guys need to grab some water or anything else, you should go do that. I'll be right back. Aw, Ruin, if you're still there, that sucks. I'm sorry. Aw, man. Good luck with the airport. Just sounds like hell this week. We have returned, my dear fellows. Welcome back to Britain, and thank you for your timely help. Think nothing of it. I believe you've had an even more wearing day than Nikotoba and I know. I don't know. Just the 30 minutes I spent with you two wore me out. You could say that. We were on the brink of defeat in court earlier. So this prosecutor, Asogi, had you on the ropes, did he? And he's your best friend, you say? Well, he's not really the man I knew in Japan anymore. Kazuma's changed. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. I mean, it's incredible to think that he'd even entertain the idea of acting as the Reaper's assassin. Well, nevertheless, you must introduce me. After all, I've only ever met the young man as a corpse. He wasn't even dead, and you declared him dead even though you knew he wasn't dead. So, like, what the fuck, dude? When all this started, almost a year ago now. He is so shameless, I know. Mr. Shom still hasn't told us the truth about what really happened back then. Why don't you cough it up about the motivation for what he described as a great detective's lie? Now then, I must say, it's really quite a journey all the way to France. Well, it is another country, Mr. Shom, so what news of Judge Shigoku? We took him to Scotland Yard. The investigating detectives there have a lot of questions for the man. Poor Professor Mikotoba, this must be quite a shock for him. Ah, yes, I picked this up at the telegraph office on our way home. What is it? Surely you haven't forgotten already. I put upon you for the matter only yesterday. You put upon me, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, you put upon me, Sholmes. I had to fill out your telegram to Japan and foot the bill as well. Oh, you've had a reply already? What was so urgent, though, Mr. Sholmes? Such matters can wait until later. I'm far too hungry for an involved conversation at present. Oh my god, mood. But also, god damn it.
Well, that's good news, because supper is ready, everyone.
Ah, what a feast it is. If I were none the wiser, I'd think the trial were won already. Roast beef, kippers, stew, steak, and kidney pie, Yorkshire pudding. One of his boy toys died years ago. Another one is in jail now. His wife left him and or died. His daughter is mad at him. His other daughter doesn't know him. Mikotoba's having a rough time. Oh, I can confirm that his wife died, or at least that's what he told Susato and her grandmother. So Susato is even having doubts about that now. We really don't know shit. But yes, he is having a rough time. Tomorrow could be a very long day. I have a feeling tomorrow's gonna be a very long day. Okay, but we know he's duplicitous, exactly. So eat up. In that case, I think I'll seat myself just here. This place appears to be the one and only set, with a helping of pheasant as well. Don't tell me you're right next to Mikotoba.
Oh, sorry, Hurley, not there.
Why ever not? Are we in set places this evening?
Yes, and that place is for Susie's daddy.
For me? Iris, I don't know how to break it to you, but that's your daddy too. They do need to invite Gina. She's probably having a rough time right now. For me?
That's right. I made it especially for you, Professor Mickey.
You're calling your dad Professor Mickey? Iris, girl, I know. I see. Well, that's terribly kind of you. God damn it, Mikotaba! Just start talking! Mickey.
It's a shame, really.
What do you mean?
Well, for a brief moment, I believed it. That Susie and I were half-sisters, I mean.
Wait, how much did you overhear? Girl! Oh! Sholmes? Sholmes is like, Iris, do you mean?
Yes, I know now. I overheard yesterday.
Well, nice going, everyone.
I secretly listened into the conversation you had after I tricked you all into thinking I'd left.
What? Sholmes! Sholmes is like, do not look at your birth certificate, and especially at the line for mother. Oh god, oh my god, oh god. The misunderstanding arose because of that autopsy report from 10 years ago. And 10 years and Sholmes never thought to correct her even once. But actually, it turned out that neither Dr. Wilson nor Professor Nikotaba— What? Then why did Sholmes say that? It turned out that neither Dr. Wilson nor Professor Mikotaba are Iris's father. What? Is it you, Sholmes? Yes, about that, Iris. You know, excuse me, Sholmes?
I know. You can't tell me at the moment.
Oh, Iris. Who got Sholmes pregnant then?
The pheasant is by way of an apology. I'm sorry for eavesdropping.
Oh, no, that's quite all right. Then why don't I get any apologetic pheasant? 'Cause you're being a little bitch. Isn't this the plot for Mamma Mia? Oh my god! Where did Spec go? I don't know where Spec went. Isn't this the plot for Mamma Mia? So just who is Iris's father? You are not the father! Boomed! 'Cause you're a fucking liar, bro. That's why you don't get any pheasant. Liars don't get any fucking pheasant. Yes, we love you though. We need Mari. I suppose that's not something we'll be finding out today. So then, let us dine while our largely pheasantless plates are still piping hot. A fine idea, Sholmes. It all looks absolutely delicious.
Eat as much as you like. There are always seconds.
Then why the fuck did Sholmes, like, give confirmation that Iris's father was the one who wrote the autopsy report? That's his fault for that, Miss. That's his fault for that. Goddamn thing. He still basically told her that Mikotaba was her father, which sounds LGBT for me. I know, right? This could be our last chance to ask questions before tomorrow's trial about that telegram from Japan and about Kazuma. I can't let this opportunity slip away. Sholmes? Take your shoes off. before you put them on the settee. Oh my god, it's just everybody around the house? No, it's just Sholmes. Just you and me, Sholmes. You and me, bitch. You're not going anywhere. I need to talk to you. Baby girl pose. But first, I need to look at this. Roast beef, kippers, stew, steak, and kidney pie. Yorkshire pudding. It all looks mouth-wateringly good. Indeed, it does. And if it were accompanied by an even a morsel of pheasant, it would be perfection. You're still on that? Oh, it really does look like a feast for celebrating a victory in court. Or indeed, for drowning one's sorrows after defeat. I hope you weren't referring to the trial tomorrow, Mr. Sholmes. He's clearly still in the mourning over the pheasant at the moment. Alright, hey, you. I've been wanting to make you stay in one spot for 5 seconds so I can talk to you for days now. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? Surely it's abundantly clear that I wasn't brooding over Mikoto. That I wasn't brooding over Mikotoba's refusal to share his pheasant with me. Nevertheless, I felt the need to withdraw from the social circle for a while and look on with hungry eyes. Sholmes, that is not a heterosexual thing to say.
Sorry, Hurley, but I cooked that pheasant especially for Susie's daddy.
Even though I've played the role of father to you for far longer. Mr. Sholmes, are you still going on that he, like Mikotoba is her father? Then why? Mr. Sholmes, could I discuss some things with you? I've been wanting to discuss some things with you for a very long time. Certainly, my dear fellow, I find myself quite in the mood for a spell of conversation. Oh, thank you. No doubt, you're hungry to learn more of my deep love of game. I can probably contain my curiosity on that one. You needn't look at me in that fashion. No, I am looking. I'm looking at you just like this. In what fashion? It seems that before we discuss the pheasant, we have some rather unpheasant matters to discuss. But tish. Finally, I get to talk to this fucking guy. Okay. So, what was in the telegram you received back from Japan then? What was the bonk for? Oh, was it for his bad joke that was a bonk for Sholmes? So what was in the telegram you received back from Japan then? Unpheasant. This? I think my lucky stars had arrived in time. Record found as indicated. Duplicate follows. K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. What, those 4 names? We've come across that exact same list before. Yes, the disc, they're finally bringing that back up. They came up in that unforgettable case last spring. What appeared to be a simple case of aggravated murder turned out to be masking monumental intrigue. Finally bringing it back up. A plot that involved the sale of British governmental secrets to foreign states. In exposing the means by which those secrets were being leaked, we deciphered a fragment of a message. K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. But we didn't find the names out until the case was over, and we never did get to the bottom of what they meant. All we knew was that the information had been sent by somebody in the British government to somebody in Japan. So why are the names coming up again now? Yes! Where did the sender of your telegram discover them, Mr. Sholmes? Wait, did that mean Wilson was also a Reaper? I don't know. Shit, maybe. Asa Sheen did assassinate him. I have here the message I had wired yesterday. Allow me to read it to you. Enter Judge Jigoku's office, undetected, and investigate telegram records. Expect to find communication from Britain dated 1 year ago. List of 4 names. Need by tomorrow. Naruhodo. What? I sent it to a detective I know who specializes in clandestine missions of this nature. You asked Inspector Hosonaga to undertake such an onerous task for you. Hosanaga's back, baby! He's still in the beach outfit. Woman respecter Hosonaga. And in my name? Yeah, why is it in Naruhodo's name? That picture of Hosonaga, I know. I love him. I wonder what guise he opted for this time. He just had to dress in a uniform and he'd look exactly like you. Just take his glasses off. Yes, he is very moe. My dear fellows, it was a matter of great urgency, you understand. Anyway, the list of names was found in Seishiro's office, as Sholmes predicted. So you mean that mysterious collection of names that was sent from Britain to Japan was... It was sent to Judge Jigoku. He was the intended recipient. This is interesting. I don't believe it. But that doesn't answer the question of what the list of names actually signifies.
No, God!
Hi, Reaper!
No, God, please, no! 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 No!
I did formulate a hypothesis about that. I'm gonna play this game until I finish it, okay? But without a shred of evidence, I couldn't possibly have shared it. Mr. Sholmes looks deadly serious for once. Oh my god, finally, we're gonna get Sholmes to be deadly serious. The telegram from Japan has been entered into the court record. That tragedy we had to go through on the SS Buria. It was all for nothing. Cosima wasn't dead at all. We were completely taken in by the lie you told us, your great detective's lie. Yes, never enough Ace Attorney. We need all Ace Attorney. I took no pleasure in deceiving you. However, at the time, all that concerned me was preventing the young man's study tour from taking place, whatever the cost. Ryunosuke should be allowed to punch Sholmes, I agree. Why would you want to prevent the young man's study tour? Right, okay. What? I capitalized on the events that transpired to see that he was sent back to Japan. What the fuck, dude? His remains, you mean? Precisely, Mr. Sato. And then, I made sure that somebody else was sent to Britain in his stead. Ryunosuke? Oh my, you mean... The arrangement between our two countries was already in place.
one university student lawyer and one judicial assistant to be accommodated on a study tour. In other words, by arranging for someone else to fill the place originally intended for Mr. Asogi, I would successfully prevent the man from arriving on our shores for several years at least. Wait, do you mean to say that it was all in the aid of stopping Kazuma coming to Britain? That's why you... Think back, Mr. Naruhodo. Was there not somebody who quite casually urged you to continue on the voyage to England? Oh god. Sholmes, you piece of shit. The terms of the study tour were Hosonaga! Hey! The terms of the study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. In light of Mr. Asogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know? All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely. It was all you! But there is no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer. The voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer. Ryunosuke should be allowed to punch him. You manipulated me? I've often remarked on the extraordinary lengths to which friendship will drive a man? Go, hi! How are you doing? Oh my gosh! Friendship? I was quite sure that you would rise to the challenge for your late friend. I don't believe it. But if it was all contrived... Replaying 1-2 after finishing Resolve is an interesting experience. Oh god, do I even want to know? How am I? Oh, I'm doing better. I was a little sick last week and didn't stream much, so I'm back, and this game is like, oh yeah, I'm sure he knows about friendships. Yeah, so this game has been, oh my god, I've been like in a black hole. Oh god. So yes, I'm having fun, having a good time. Oh, you saw the Discord announcements. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I'm feeling better. And this game though. I've been having so much fun today. Thank you for asking. I mean, what happened was treated by the authorities as murder. A woman was mistakenly arrested as the perpetrator. What do you suppose became of her? Naturally, I didn't allow the misapprehension to have any serious repercussions. Wait, really? Oh! I'm your most watched streamer? Oh my gosh, Goal! Aww! Thank you! Thank you for staying in and listening. That's so cool. I subsequently explained everything and assisted the unfortunate soul in finding the foreign refuge she sought. You're such a little bitch, Sholmes. I seem to remember Miss Susato and I had some rather strong words for her. Oh god, do you regret that now? Well, she was certainly not devoid of all guilt. She deserved every word, I'm sure. I wonder if she made it to America then. Susato, are you gonna do a Susato takedown on him, please? I'm afraid I simply cannot comprehend it. Why would you go to such lengths, Mr. Sholmes? Why were you so determined to stop Kazuma-sama from reaching Britain? She's about to take down his life. Please, please, Susato. The truth is, 12 months ago, there was already a very tangible omen of the impending tragedy. You see. Oh. An omen that, at this very moment in time, is close at hand. An omen of all these tragic events that already existed a year ago, is close at hand? We need to find out exactly what Mr. Sholmes knows. Yeah, we gotta interrogate this dude. Ah! Can I show him something then? The telegram, maybe? There was no room for doubt with your instructions in this telegram, Mr. Sholmes. You were very clear that it was Judge Jigoku's office that should be searched, so... You obviously knew that's where the list of names would be found. K. Asogi, A. Sheen, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. But we only learned of those 4 names just over 6 months ago now, and only because they appeared as part of the top secret government communications that were leaked. That's true, yes, but at the time you were unaware of the background. You see, those 4 names were wired to Japan around 6 months before that, approximately this time last year, in fact, when you were both still in Japan. It really would be hypocrisy on my part to reprove others for intercepting state secrets. Because after all, I'm perpetually eavesdropping on communications between British and Japanese governments. Excuse me? This guy, you're perpetually doing what? How? Never mind the details, but you should know. No secret is safe from Herlock Sholmes when he has designs on knowing it. He's been cooking, yeah. Oh my, Mr. Sholmes, what a fabulous line. That was a pretty good line. Now, 1 month after that list of 4 names was wired to the recipient Jigoku in Japan, Dr. John H. Wilson was murdered. So he knew about it. As soon as I learned of the incident, a hypothesis rapidly took shape in my mind. Iris probably wrote that for him. Sholmes isn't allowed to do anything actually cool. As it turned out, I was partly correct and partly mistaken. Nevertheless, it was the beginning of all the tragic events that were to follow. Mr. Sholmes, please, tell us all you know. Tell us about these 4 names and the tragedy of which they're all somehow connected. As I said when I learned of Dr. Wilson's murder in Japan, my mind immediately turned to those 4 names because, you see, there was someone else on the list who I believe to be recently deceased. What? Who? A. Sheen, as it was transcribed in Japanese script. In actual fact, Miss Asa Sheen. That was a familiar name to me. She was a professional killer, well known among London's unsavory classes. Oh, I see. But she had completely vanished from existence several months before Wilson's murder. So I came to the logical conclusion that she had herself been killed. Then who the fuck was Giselle Brett? And accordingly, I became fearful for the lives of the remaining 2 persons on the list. Ah, K. Asogi and T. Gregson. Owing to our proximity, I decided to take measures to protect Gregson myself. Well, you failed. Oh, no wonder he was, like, torn up about it. But I determined it would be safest if young Asogi were to stay away from Britain. Really? That was it? Ah, so that's why you went to such lengths to prevent his study tour from going ahead. Because you were trying to save his life? Yo! Exactly. So, you already knew who Kazuma-sama was, Mr. Sholmes. Oh yes, Sholmes and I have exchanged correspondence for years. Of course you have! I recounted many tales about Asogi to him in my letters. The most Swedish motherfuckers I ever seen in my life just walk up to this gate, holy shit. Oh yeah? Are they like super blonde? The news of Dr. Wilson's death, of course. I hope your flight's going okay, Rowan, that you're gonna be on it. They're so blonde. Oh, goodness. I recounted many tales about Asogi to him in my letters, and the news of Dr. Wilson's death, of course. Right, Iris! Iris! This is how she's hearing about it. She thought that was her father. We're being a little indelicate about this. So, Dr. Wilson is dead, then? I didn't know. I know, we kept not telling you because we're a bunch of cowards. Oh, Iris! I know he wasn't my daddy, but still, that's very sad. I'm so sorry, Iris. We knew the significance of the name, obviously, but we just couldn't bring ourselves to tell you. No. But what you just told us, Mr. Sholmes. So far it's delayed a little, but flight before it is going to the same airport it got delayed to, and I'm not sure if the... Oh, God. I wish you luck. I hope you get on that plane. Ah! But what you just told us, Mr. Sholmes, doesn't completely tie in with the facts. There's one big hole in your hypothesis. A big hole? A big hole, Mr. Naruhodo? A big hole, Mr. Naruhodo? Okay, I'm glad you're nice and full. Ah, yes, you mean about Asashin, I presume? Oh, of course. Exactly, she wasn't killed, was she? He'd know about that, yeah. She was in Japan, posing as a visiting student under the assumed name of Giselle Brett. I'm glad you're keeping up, my dear fellow, but I only became aware of that fact 2 days ago in the foyer of the Great Waterloo Hotel. Ah! And upon hearing that startling revelation, the hypothesis that I'd formed surrounding those 4 names was completely turned topsy. Everybody's not even... Nobody's ever, like, telling the truth. Everybody should just sit down and talk about every single case they were ever involved in with each other. What? Topsy? What do you mean when you say your hypothesis was turned topsy, Mr. Sholmes? I had believed all 4 names on the list to be names of victims. However, I was mistaken. Very much so. Asashin was a killer. So this telegram is a list of both victims and killers, is it? Indeed, and it would seem that Miss Sheen was dispatched from Britain with the sole intention of dispatching Dr. Wilson. Oh! This happened in the first... Honest people, they exist in a way. This happened in the first game too. People just never corroborating with each other. True! Wait. It's up and down! It's up and down. Sheen, Wilson, Asogi, Gregson. What in the world? So I've seen one other streamer I follow play the game, but I didn't really follow it myself. The game is structured in different cases, right? Yes, that's correct. However, the one we're playing right now is a little weird. This case is so big that it got split into 2 chapters. So 4 and 5 are both the same case. Yeah, it's like typically 5 cases per game. Yeah. The original Ace Attorney was 4 cases, and so was Justice for All was 4 cases. Trials and Tribulations is actually the first game with 5 cases, but that kind of became a little standard from then on. And the 5th case was added to the first game when it got ported to DS. No, Ace Attorney 1, the first 4 cases were the ones on the original Game Boy Advance game. And the one with like Damon Gant was added. It was added on to the DS version. That's why it had all the special investigation stuff with like luminol and stuff, because they were showing off what the DS could do. Yeah. This is basically the conclusion to the big overarching plot over all the other cases. A great extra, Gant is hilarious. No, it's true. This is why I kept calling Strongheart Dollar Store Gant for a real long time. No, there's no branching path. Sometimes there's like a bad ending. It's essentially a visual novel, yeah. Sometimes there's a bad ending, but basically there's one intended conclusion. Yeah. Was dispatched from Britain with the sole intention of dispatching Dr. Wilson. Then how the heck did they get Kazuma? This doesn't make sense. Her visiting student status being merely a front. Ah, unless all three of those were meant to be her victims. Yes, exactly. You progress by presenting the correct item. And sometimes picking statements and picking people, but pretty much, yes, correct. There's also investigation parts. And so you investigate, and so you progress by once you have all the evidence you need and things like that. Which would of course explain why no motive could be determined for her actions. So the real reason Dr. Wilson was killed by Asashin is because he was the target of an assassination. I figured that was the case really early on. And forearmed with that knowledge, fresh consideration of this telegram puts the list in a very different perspective. What do you mean? Well, does it not strike you there is another among the four who subsequently became a visiting student? Wait, you mean... But of course, a name you know only too well. What? He was meant to be an assassin from the outset? Jigoku set him up for this? Oh my god! Kazuma did get close to Jigoku. Oh my god! No wonder he was like, nope, I'm not killing him. What the fuck? What the fuck did you get caught up in, Kazuma? Never trust anyone in this game. Holy shit. You mean Kazuma? Oh! He did say in court earlier today. Yes, on 31st October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk. Oh, it's the good Kazuma music. I gotta crank it up in order to carry out a mission. And the mission was the assassination of the Mark. It is a banger-ass theme. Never trust anyone in this game, not even yourself. They love a harpsichord, yes. I love a harpsichord. Young Mr. Asogi accepted that mission a year ago now. Surely not. In conclusion, this document is a contract of sorts. An international agreement, one might say, detailing an assassin exchange. An assassin exchange? How could Cosma possibly have gotten involved in something like that? What? Let's assume that we have two parties, each wishing to dispose of a distinct individual. Those two parties then make a contract to swap their respective assassination targets. That would then be an assassin exchange. So to begin with, the British assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Japan, where she kills her target. Ryunosuke, you didn't know anything about your boyfriend, yeah! The horrors are never ending. I can't believe this shit.
And then, the Japanese assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Britain in order to eliminate his target.
What?
It certainly does sound like an exchange.
Shelly D. Killer is shaking in his rat boots. Oh my god, so true. But what on earth is the point? That's what I want to know.
Don't forget, Naruhodo.
Hey partner, want to come to Britain on assassination mission with me? He just wanted. He wanted his boy toy along to see the sights. Not telling him he was there to kill somebody.
Don't forget, Naruhodo, that the British assassin at least escaped conviction.
I mean, if I were gonna be an assassin, I would also date a defense attorney. He wasn't a defense attorney yet, though. He was just an English student at the time, but still, true. He needed his moral support boyfriend.
Don't forget, Naruhodo, that the British assassin at least escaped conviction, thanks to diplomatic immunity afforded by consular jurisdiction.
Oh, yes!
Such jurisdiction would be null and void under the terms of the new treaty between our two countries. So the fact that it was brought into play suggests intervention at the very highest levels.
The highest levels?
These murders were two sides of the same coin, linked not by common motive, but by contractual agreement.
He goes, and fun fact, Kazuma's first theme in my top song in Spotify Wrapped. I mean, I don't blame you. This is a banger. You've played it 927 times, apparently. I would play it 927 times.
He goes to kill someone and pulls out a little heart-shaped locket for Yunosuke to look at for courage. As such, they appeared utterly unrelated. Yet in truth, the assassins were complicit in one singular devilish scheme.
I never thought it would go this far. Holy shit.
That dissociation and the safeguard of diplomatic immunity were, I believe, the motivation behind this plot.
Oh my god, diplomatic immunity comes back to haunt us from Ace Attorney investigations.
But wait a minute, Sholmes. If this telegram really is describing the exchange of assassins as you're suggesting, it would mean that the Japanese killer's target was never Seishiro Jigoku at all. It would mean Asogi's target was actually Inspector Gregson.
That's the game we don't talk about, Katie. Capcom won't let us true. But it's not annoying this time, also true. Quercus Alba, like a diplomatic immunity. I'm gonna make you play 5 hours in order to get me.
What? Kazuma was here for Gregson?
Kazuma and Gregson never did meet, to be fair.
So Judge Jigoku wasn't actually the mark?
Gina's gonna kill Kazuma now, R.I.P. I know. But I still think
Kazuma left, though. He could be lying, but it's still possible that Jigoku's the one who killed Gregson, but also Gina would still not be pleased that he was sent to assassinate Gregson. I mean, so Judge Jigoku wasn't actually the mark. Yes, that's exactly what it would mean. I hold myself personally responsible for failing to keep the inspectors safe.
oh.
Mr. Sholmes. I told him of my fears and implored him to seek a transfer to an overseas position.
Is that what the France thing was for? Sholmes was Gregson the father. mean, Gregson sure was sweet on Iris all the time. Though we figured it was because, Iris could destroy his reputation with one stroke of her pen, you know? I told him my fears and implored him to seek a transfer to an overseas position. Whoa, is that Sholmes? Damn, I know! He's so hot, right, Tess? Hi, Tess! He was also part of the polycule. Tess, how you doing? Yeah, this is Herlock Sholmes, the localized Sherlock Holmes that they used to escape the wrath of the Conan Doyle estate. You don't think you've ever seen him before while watching? Yeah, he finally shows up. This polycule is turning into the entire greater the London metropolitan area. The better Holmes. No, I agree. He's great. Are the Gyarados in on this too? The Gyarados go swinging. I told him of my fears and implored him to seek a transfer to an overseas position. Obviously, with the young pickpocket in tow. So that was you? You're the one who was gonna arrange him to go to France? Yes, Gina. Come to think of it, Inspector Gregson did mention that to us at the Great Exhibition. You're doing okay, feeling down, so hot men are a welcome sight? Alright, good. There are plenty of hot men in this case, so... I think, hopefully this will be enough to brighten your spirits. What?
There's a lot of hot guys in that game.
You agree?
Yeah.
Like Sherlock Holmes right here?
I mean, he's cute. I like the guy, the fancy guy with the wine.
Oh, yes, that's right. You like Van Zeeks. Me too.
I'm all like, oh, spicy.
Yeah, I know. He is spicy. Are you heading out with all those?
Yeah, I'm gonna drop these off and then I'll be right back.
Do you want me to open the door?
Sure.
Okay, hold on a second, guys. All right. So many DILFs, I know. That he'd be transferring to the Paris police and taking Gina with him. But without informing me, he engaged in one last assignment, it seems. And sadly, it turned out to be his very last. So that whole thing with him being transferred was Sholmes trying to save his life. Oh my god. This is too much to take in. I agree. Alright, everyone! That's quite enough of all that serious talk for one day. Oh, God. Isn't it, Hurley? I mean, look at the time. Is it your bedtime, Iris? Ah, quite right, Iris. We must conclude our preparations for tomorrow. And silly Sholmes is back. What preparations? Yeah, Sholmes really does care a lot despite appearances. He's just utterly silly and doesn't know how to express himself. Well, I think I shall make my way back to my hotel room now. This has certainly been a night to remember. It is a little bit sad, though. I mean, I like the idea of you being my daddy. Because then Susie would have been my big sister. I'm sorry, Iris. Yeah, can we bring Madame Two Spells back? Hot witch lady. Where's Madame Two Spells? We need Enoch Drebber back. Well, he could be your stepdad. You know, Iris, I was thinking quite the same thing. You two should be sisters anyway. Were you? But if somebody like me would be worthy, I would be delighted to become your sister. What? Really? Oh my god, they're so cute. Mikotoba is going to have to take responsibility for all of these illegitimate children. Oh yes, without question. So, you'll teach me all the ways you know to throw Runo to the floor? Yes, yes, of course. It would be my pleasure. She's like, yay, I'm gonna throw Hurley around like a sack of potatoes. You didn't have to agree quite so readily. Oh, but wait a minute. If Susie's gonna be my big sister. Yes, they absolutely are the Maya and Pearl of these games. I was really making that connection a bit back. Or back when I was like their sisters, when I was like, what? Mikotoba, you dog? Yesterday, I was like, holy shit, it's like Maya and Pearl, but except they're half sisters instead of cousins. If Susie's gonna be my big sister, you can be my big brother if you want, Runo. Huh? I mean, yes, of course. If you'll have me, I'll gladly be your brother. Well done, Iris. We must always be mindful of feelings. I've raised you so well. Family. Because being sensitive is your strong suit naturally. Oh no, they're getting you with the found family shit for real. And yet, Mikotoba, you're like, oh, you should go back to Japan. Like, fuck you. Either we're all going to Japan or we're staying here. Right, I'm going to work extra hard for tomorrow now because it's for my big brother and sister. Ah, Iris, I'm gonna cry. Mikotoba, you can't keep crossing oceans to avoid your exes. It's so true. They should all go to Japan together. I think they should. What is all this talk about preparing for tomorrow? Preparing what? You'll just have to wait and see. Oh. Good luck in court tomorrow. I'm expecting a sterling performance. I'll do my very best, of course. So the overnight break in the trial's proceedings became a crucial turning point, exposing new truths whilst posing new conundrums. Shiitakumi really does love that found family shit. That is literally all what Ghost Trick is. Ghost Trick is just Found Family, the game. Aww. Gonapologist, have you played Ghost Trick? You need to play Ghost Trick! It is on, if you have an iPhone, I think you can get the game on iOS. I think you can download it. But they really need to, they do need to do more ports of Ghost Trick so badly. Yes, Ghost Trick has a cat and a dog, and they're actually the most important characters. So if you like cats and dogs, you should play Ghost Trick. The list of 4 names on the telegram in Judge Jigoku's office. Oh, and the dog? The dog is Missile! Oh, you played the first chapter when you had an iPhone. Oh! I hope you get to finish it someday. Oh, yeah, there was a thing! There was a Ghost Trick reference in this game. What was it again? Temsic. Oh, Temsic is the name of the school where the little German boy went to. Or no, maybe it was the redheads. They went to Temsic. And then I was like, Temsic? like Ghost Trick. I was freaking out. Oh, the DS version is ideal anyway. I hope you get it because it's like one of the best DS games. And it just functions and looks great on DS. Thames sick. That's what you get when you drink British water. True! That list of 4 names on the telegram in Judge Jigoku's office. And the extraordinary assassination plot in which my best friend had somehow become involved. I felt as though I had been plunged into an even greater darkness all of a sudden. You say that with all of this nice, happy music. But at the same time, I felt sure I would see the light again soon. Oh, my family! Because I was lucky enough to... Stay, you're gonna make me cry! Fuck you! Because I was lucky enough to have the most wonderful family in the world standing steadfastly behind me. Takes a screenshot. You go crazy over this frame at least once a week. Dude, I'm in the airport. I can't be crying. I don't know. He hasn't really said a thing about his I think he does have parents, but still. Who knows? The most wonderful family in the world. Oh, I need to get a hold of myself. The most wonderful family in the world standing steadfastly behind me. Yes, family's here. I don't care. Damn, this is heartwarming. Oh my god! Phoenix never mentions any parents or siblings either, which I always thought was funny. How many times has that man almost died? I know! I guess that's something that also runs in the family, never talking about your family. Your birth family, I mean. 4th November, 9:30 a.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. Oh my god, Rowan. The first YouTube video I ever made was, well, not the first YouTube video. The only YouTube video I ever made that wasn't like an AMV when I was young was like a short video essay pointing out all the times Phoenix Wright almost died. That's why Phoenix never mentions his probably notable pee-paw. Yeah, exactly. Before we begin today, I have a brief announcement. As with the closed trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts have come to light in these proceedings. While hearing extensively about your bestie's very complicated family history, it just keeps happening, doesn't it? In that way, Edgeworth's a lot like Kazuma, huh? And, yeah, Susato also Susato's very complicated family history. All of Ryunosuke's besties have, like, shit going on. Alright, strong heart. Today, your ass is grass. As with the closed trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts have come to light in these proceedings. The revelation that the well-known Reaper is actually an organization illegally executing its own brand of justice. And the discovery that a respected yard inspector was at its heart until he himself perished in an assassination plot. Ryunosuke is the most boring person here, and he accidentally became a lawyer in a foreign country. Exactly! Oh, man. This trial is absolutely crazy, for real. Well, I say to all members of the judiciary here present on this occasion that we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. What if there's a day 4? Is that why they split this between 2 cases? Because this is the only Ace Attorney case in the entire series with a day 4? Counsels, you will undertake this trial with the resolve to pursue the truth to the bitter end. Hey, you said the thing, but also, your ass is grass. You're gonna regret saying those words. Whatever you're gonna imagine It's gonna happen. It's gonna be 10 times crazier. Excuse me? God? Oh God. Help me, everybody. Resolve. Yes, that's my intention. That's the name of this game. The Great Ace Attorney 2. Resolve. My lord, if I may inquire, the defendant may speak. On what grounds is Kazuma Asogi permitted to continue in his role as prosecutor? Hey, somebody finally asks the question! Van Zeeks knows what's up. He has admitted to colluding with the victim in a plot to assassinate an innocent man. He shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone be leading the prosecution. Thank you, Van Zeeks, for doing your job. I submitted a written petition to Lord Strongheart, requesting that judgment of my transgressions be delayed by 1 day. Kazuma's going to jail! Get Goto in here, he can do it. God. You did what? In today's proceedings, I intend to expose everything. My whole life, for the last 10 years, has all been leading up to this 1 day. Van Zeeks is cool when he's not being racist, exactly. Ever since he's like, put a pause on being racist, I'm like, you're my favorite character. Kazuma, whatever the outcome of this trial, I give my word that I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. However severe? I don't want Kazuma to get freaking executed. Hello, Sam! Things are nuts in here! It's wild! Alright, we gotta finish this whole game in 24 minutes. Ah! Oh no! Is that when you gotta board your plane? And I suggest you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper. He's not the fucking Reaper. Drop it, Kazuma. Speedrun time. Kazuma's bristling with hostility today. I get the distinct impression we're heading into very dangerous territory. Is that really even Kazuma-sama standing before us? As an extreme exception to normal practices, I've granted this prosecutor's request. I knew it! He's allowed to be the prosecutor because Strongheart said so. Isn't that what I said? The defense finds this acceptable, I presume. Whew. Yes, my lord. Ow, my ears. In that case, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed hearing of Beric Van Zeeks. The defense is ready, my lord. Oh my god, the music! The prosecution is more than ready. Gotta crank up that music. Oh wait, it's already at max, damn. I know I could crank it up some more. Very well, then. This preamble has taken long enough. Prosecutor Asogi, begin! As you wish, my lord. The prosecution calls the first witness to the stand. God, this energy is so... Bring Seishiro Chikoku into the courtroom. At last, then, we've reached the final battle. He's putting literally everything on the line now in order to get to the truth. Come on, Rinosuke. It's time for that steely resolve, because this is gonna test it to the limit. Big Sexy returns! Hey, how ya doing? Witness, state your name and occupation for the court. So it was you who issued this, was it? Your subpoena. I did what was necessary. Well, look what the young man has become. Yes, Tess? Yes, Tess, what is it? I didn't think I'd see the day when you'd take that tone with me, I must say. Yes. Yes. No, you're right. Kazuma was helping Ryunosuke before. You remember that. So much has occurred, yeah. Basically, there was a big thing with Kazuma getting amnesia, and then friends to rivals. It kind of is due to circumstance. This whole case is very involved with Kazuma's personal life. So he's kind of taken up the prosecution in this case as an act of revenge. Because he believes, well, I guess, no, he's right. Basically revenge for his father. And so that's why he's like, I'm a prosecutor now. I'm on the prosecution side now. But, so he's having some trouble, let's say. If anything, we gotta kind of save Kazuma too with all this. But yes, they were friends. They're still kind of friends, but they are on opposite sides of the courtroom right now, yeah. I didn't think I'd see the day when you'd take that tone with me, I must say. The witness will ensure his responses are pertinent to the questions asked. My name is Seishiro Jigoku, a Supreme Court judge from the Empire of Japan. 16 years ago, this man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, he returned to Japan. As well as presiding over the Supreme Court, he is also currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. I am, of course, fully aware of Mr. Jigoku and his preeminent roles. Then why are you being so rude to him? I invited him personally to the International Forensic Science Symposium as a representative of his country. I hear he also played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Freedom and Navigation. Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. They're like 5 ship dynamics into one. You're so right. Oh God, they have a lot going on. It was a great honor to be involved in the negotiations. I put my all into that treaty. Judge Jigoku, I must ask. Well, I never fancy the young murdering student turning up here of all places. Murdering student? He didn't do it. I've read a couple of fics of them already and they're very cute, yeah. You acquitted me yourself and now I'm a practicing defense lawyer. Yes, and full of self-importance like your friend across the courtroom, I see. Why are you being mean? You came here to London by invitation to the International Forensic Science Symposium. But then, without informing anyone of your plans, you took flight to France. Took flight? I'd have to object to that turn of phrase. Then explain yourself. What exactly were the circumstances? Well, you know where you're headed then. AO3, let's go. Well, I was somewhat expecting this, and I'm sorry to say, I decline to comment. Fuck. What? Leaving the country prematurely when I was invited guest may be questionable etiquette, but my decision is unrelated to this case. I can't be bound to testify. Unrelated, you say? You're on the DGS tag in AO3 all the time. Me yesterday. I appreciate that a respected police inspector has been killed, for which I offer my condolences. Oh, God. Oh, God, I need to... I need to see the 221B family fix. Ah! I appreciate that a respected police inspector has been killed, for which I offer my condolences. However, being an alien, I'd obviously never met the man, nor do I know the first thing about him. As such, I'm in no position to testify. It's as simple as that. So you would run from all this? Susato, get his ass! You go speak to the Supreme Court judge that way. I beg your pardon? This case is more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. It has ties to another murder, a case that was tried in Japan almost a year ago now. A year ago in Japan? The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson, you mean? That's right, and you, Judge Jigoku, are at the heart of both cases. The defense has evidence to prove it. Well, Ryunosuke, I see from the look in your eyes. I need a lawyer to play this game because that's not how subpoenas and testifying works. Well, hey, you're saying that after you played the entire original Ace Attorney trilogy? I mean, if anything, this is light. This is barely anything. Well, Ryunosuke, I see from the look in your eyes that you're resolved to carry this through to the very end, too. People are just committing perjury constantly. Exactly. At least they kind of get in trouble for perjury in this game. Or at least people were in the last game. Roll credits. Yeah. Roll credits. He said the thing. Resolve. Let's see your evidence then. What proof do you have that Seishiro Jigoku is involved with this case?
Take that!
This is a telegram detailing a communication sent between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. The communication contained 4 names. Oh, this is gonna get spicy in just a second. Woo! Oh, let's hold on to our pants, guys. K. Asogi. A. Sheen. T. Gregson. And J. Wilson. You little... He's gonna break it again! He's gonna break the witness stand again! Where did you get that? In Tokyo. From your office, Judge Jigoku. What? How on earth did you? What's this all about? Why is my name on that list? This list of 4 names follows a certain pattern. That's how a totally innocent person acts, I know, right? T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the names of victims. K. Asogi and A. Sheen are the names of assassins. Gotta remember that post that's like, girl, help, I've been added to the court record. Girl, why you presented me as evidence with the music kept playing? That's one of the greatest posts I've ever seen in my life. Like, for real, it's so good. No. A year ago in Tokyo. Oops. Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken in a Western-style restaurant in the capital. The culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Giselle Brett. Oh my god, the very first case and the very last case, it all comes together. But her real name was Asa Sheen, a professional killer sent on a mission to kill from Great Britain. Ah, the case that made you order a steak for dinner. Ooh, was it good? A. Sheen and her victim, John J. Wilson. And the murder that just took place here in London was the counterpart to that crime. An assassin sent from Japan, also a visiting student, Kazuma Asogi, whose victim was the British police officer, Tobias Gregson. K. Asogi and T. Gregson. One assassin from each country to kill a target residing in the other. What exactly is the defense suggesting? These two cases of murder, one that took place in Britain and one in Japan, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of assassin exchange. And the telegram the defense has acquired is proof of this international contract to kill. What? The telegram was found in your office, Judge Jikoku. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you. Judge Jikoku? What's this all about? And you, Kazuma, you lied. During yesterday's proceedings, you acknowledged that you'd accepted the assassination mission. But the mark wasn't Judge Jikoku at all. It was T. Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard, as shown by the name on the killing contract. Very impressive, Ryunosuke. But actually, I didn't lie. The name of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday. What? The idea that Seishiro Jigoku was the mark came entirely from you. Wait, for real? Wait, what? Is that right? What? You deliberately avoided saying a name. The defense claims these 4 names indicate some sort of international assassin exchange. I'm sure I speak for all present when I say that the very idea seems utterly absurd. Well, Mr. Jikoku, what do you have to say for yourself? That's a lie by omission, bro. Yeah. The dread I felt when the picture at the hotel was added to the court record? Okay, same. That hasn't come up yet. That hasn't come up yet. Oh god, there's so much evidence. Yeah, this is gonna make me sad. His silence only goes to prove his guilt. There's another very important point that this new development brings to light. There's now a distinct possibility that the scene of Inspector Gregson's actual murder was in the witness's cabin aboard the SS Grouse. Judge Jikoku, you have to testify now. To refuse would put you in contempt of court. There's no need for quite a vicious stare, young man. Oh my god! The real Gant isn't Strongheart, it's Jikoku. He's the new Gant. Very well then. As a parting gift to you all, I'll tell you everything I know. He's even got gloves. And he's got the double-breasted shirt and the crazy facial hair. There's so much Gant going on. He's gonna ask Ryunosuke if he enjoys swimming. It seems this Japanese gentleman has information that the court must hear about the alleged assassin exchange and the events of the night of 31st October. Present your formal testimony now. As you wish, my lord. Good bow. I should have known you were a villain because your last name was Hell. It's true that Kazuma Asogi was assigned the assassination mission. What? Was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago now. The target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour. What? However, in the end, something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. If there'd been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it, so clearly I can't be involved. So you admit it then? As this communication suggests, there really was an assassin exchange arrangement between Britain and Japan. A political endeavor at the highest levels, not something I can discuss here. To use such a worthy practice as foreign study to coerce somebody to commit murder. It's the most appalling thing I've ever heard. Get him, Susato! Appalling? Well, it's easy to judge, says the judge. Pardon? Asogi had a reason for taking his sword to that British inspector, you know. What? Which is why he accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Counsel? Kazuma-sama? Judge Jigoku, if you are the mastermind behind this operation in Japan, then tell the court the identity of your counterpart in Britain. Obviously, that's Strongheart! I'm not obliged to divulge that information. As I said yesterday, I've killed nobody. Oh, you gotta go save your battery, but have fun. Oh, thank you! I highly doubt I'm going to finish the game today, Rowan, so if you have a chance to come by tomorrow, I feel like that might be when we finish it. But yes, have a great flight, Rowan. I hope it all goes okay. Thank you for hanging at the airport. As I said yesterday, I've killed nobody. I freely admit that I accepted the mission. There's no way you're finishing today. Thank you for that, Gone Apologist. Also, but that's very, foreboding. I freely admit that I accepted the mission, but on the night the plan was to be executed, I backed out. In short, this assassin exchange that the defense has identified is unrelated to the events of this case. The crucial point is this. Your police inspector can't have perished aboard that steamship in Dunkirk. It's just really long. I thought so, and I'm also glad because I don't want it to finish too soon. You know what I mean? Not as long as DGS 1.5, I think, though. Huh, interesting. Because if he'd been shot in the cabin, it's inconceivable that a member of the crew wouldn't have heard it. That's right. Gregson was killed after returning to London, in the room on Fresno Street. And the perpetrator of the crime was the Reaper, Barrick Van Zeeks. Prosecution's accusation remains unchanged. To think that a seemingly innocent foreign exchange program was a facade for such Machiavellian dealings. Says you. Clearly, it's a plot only a government minister and a high-ranking judge such as the witness could hope to execute. What, like you? Well, I seem to recall that it was someone on the British side who controlled everything. Get his ass! Be that as it may, it is not the place of this court to pursue this villainous assassin exchange plot. We are concerned only with the tangible events pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Is the defense clear on that point, counsel? You're so involved, Strongheart. You're so involved. Yes, my lord. I'll keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness. He's digging his own grave by trying to throw Jigoku under the bus, LMAO. Exactly! It's true that Kazuma Asogi was assigned for the assassination mission 1 year ago now. Oh, excuse me, hold it! A year ago, when Kazuma was still in Japan then. Correct. It was at the examination center for applicants for the study tour that I approached him. I'll never forget it. I remember exactly what you said. You just came out and asked me forthright if I'd consider traveling to Britain on an assassination mission. You just came right out with it. He's like, hey, want to be an assassin? Walks up to student, hey, want to kill somebody for me? Surely not. I thought it was a joke at first, of course, but then it was made clear to me that if I didn't accept, I wouldn't be considered for the study tour. And you wanted to go to Britain so bad to find out the truth about your father, you're like, okay, really? Small slap. So you agreed to it? Just for that? I mean, I know how much you wanted to study in England, but assassination? The Empire of Japan had accepted a proposal from the British Empire at the time. An agreement to send a student from each country to the others to deepen cultural understanding and friendship. But behind the scenes, the chosen students were to be given assassination missions. I had no choice but to accept the proposal that originated from my British counterpart. Why? Why didn't you expose the plot there and then? Britain acknowledges no part in these alleged misbegotten dealings. I advise you not to make such spurious allegations, Foreign Minister Shikoku. Yeah, because you're the British counterpart, you bitch. As a witness, I am bound to tell the truth, my lord. Ooh, the sass! Anyway, I picked Asogi and explained the details of the plan to him. The target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour.
Hold it!
Why Kazuma? Why did you pick him as the assassin? And why Gregson? Why is Gregson the target? He was the most capable of all the applicants, and in addition, I knew his desire to travel to Britain was very strong. The polycule is absolutely falling apart. Ah, so true. The polycule, no. You're so funny, gynecologist. In fact, it was almost more than a desire. It was his whole purpose in life. Yes, as his best friend, I can certainly attest to that. The way he threw himself into his studies, the way he pursued becoming qualified as a lawyer. It was all ultimately for that one single goal of being accepted on a study tour to Britain. And of course, we know the reason behind that. He was determined to find out for himself the truth about his father, Genshin Asogi. There's nothing I wouldn't have done to get here. Be that agreeing to assume the role of an assassin, or betraying people's trust. Well, you certainly did a fine job of betraying mine, Asogi. Oh! But why was Inspector Gregson the target? I have no idea. Those were the orders from Britain. I was in no position to question them. So, Strongheart wanted Gregson dead for over a year? Couldn't he have found, like, a better way to go about it? This is a little elaborate. Also, they were, like, in the same room alone many times. He could have been like, oh, oops, the inspector's dead. I'm just gonna cover this up. Oh, he wants to keep his own hands clean, is that it? I love when DGS gets into geopolitics, me too. I have no idea. Those were the orders from Britain. I was in no position to question them. You have no idea? Really? I find that hard to believe. Oh, do you? Oh my god, the sass! It's like, I feel like such a third wheel right now, Ryunosuke. Judge Jigoku was once a visiting student here in Britain himself, of course. Perhaps he has some connection with Inspector Gregson from that time. That's right, the professor case. The defense really ought to catch up. With what? With the fact that the assassin exchange has absolutely nothing to do with the case under scrutiny here. Yes, I've already admitted to recruiting Asogi. However, in the end, something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission.
Hold it!
Elaborate? I presume you're referring to the incident that occurred during Kazuma's passage to Britain in January. The awful tragedy that took place on the steamship. Word arrived at the ministry some 2 weeks after the ship's departure from our shores. The visiting student had been killed, but his body had somehow gone missing in Hong Kong. The news was wired to me from a detective I'd placed on the ship to accompany the assassin. Wait, you made Hosonaga part of this assassination plot? Did he know? Did he know? But that's right, though. He said his entire purpose of being on that ship was to, like, protect Kazuma with his life. Ah, this is why! Ah! Obviously, Kazuma didn't actually die at all. But he did lose his memory, including all details about his special mission. Did you not consider dispatching another assassin at that point? That wasn't possible, simply because that black-clad young student over there had already put himself forward as Asogi's replacement. Yeah! We killed the plot! Yeah, let's go Ryunosuke! Sholmes' meddling. Sholmes' meddling strikes again. And there was no way to stop him from reaching Britain. This is awesome. Ah! My hands were completely tied. So Mr. Sholmes' strategy worked perfectly. I'm suddenly less mad at him for lying to us. He predicted everything that would happen. I guess he really is the great detective Herlock Sholmes. Months later, my memory returned. But I'd never intended to go through the assassination mission anyway. So you were playing me right from the outset, were you? Is that it? I'd sooner be guilty of that crime than of taking someone's life. Kazuma! I was prepared to do whatever I had to in order to get myself here to Britain. I'm surprised nobody's trying to assassinate Sholmes considering how troublesome he is. Maybe that's why he puts up the silly act all the time, so nobody takes him seriously enough to make any serious actions against him. Maybe his eccentricity is actually like a genius ploy this whole time. Like the one time he was shot, it was completely an accident, so... This line of questioning has gone on long enough. All the court should be concerned about in the testimony given by this witness are details relating to his relationship with Inspector Gregson and the victim's murderer. Maybe eating soap was all part of an elaborate plan. Dyeing his hair red then blue, every single hair on his body was part of the plan. In that case, eating soap was already an elaborate plan. As I've already made perfectly clear, I had no connection to the man or his death. And as you have some means of substantiating this plea. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times.
Hold it!
Is this Mr. Chicken Stroganoff? Outside your cabin in the first class area of the SS Grouse, you mean? Yes, that's right. Not least because there was a murder of a student passenger earlier in the year, I imagine. The liner operators have taken to posting a crewman outside every first-class cabin door. I can confirm the presence of the crewman guard myself. Because you were there. What do you mean? Because I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk that night. I witnessed it with my own eyes. There was a well-built crewman standing directly in front of the door to the witness's cabin. I knew it was Chicken Stroganoff. At that particular time, of course, I'd gone to the ship's dining room for dinner. The inspector and I asked the crewman to allow us into the cabin while we waited for Judge Shigoku's return. I suppose Inspector Gregson was there in his capacity as the Reaper. He was intending to take the witness's life. Exactly. As I've said numerous times now, I had no intention of killing anyone. So the crewman let two potential assassins into the cabin he was supposed to be guarding? Not the most convincing of centuries, really. In truth, those were my thoughts too. But anyway, I stayed to talk with Inspector Gregson for a short while, and then I left him there and made my way off the ship alone. Was the guard still at the door when you went? Yes. He glared at me as I walked past. You see, that proves it. If there'd been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it, so clearly I can't be involved.
Hold it!
The crewman who was standing directly outside your cabin door, you mean? That's right. A muscular man with a permanent grim expression on his face. He didn't once move from that spot. To be honest, I thought he was a miserable fellow. But as it happens, he's a vital witness now. There's no doubt that Gregson was killed by a gunshot. And it's inconceivable that a crewman standing just outside the cabin door wouldn't have heard that. But wait, what about the ship's enormous steam engines? The noise of them could have drowned out the sound of the gun being fired. Sadly, young judicial assistant, that won't wash. Oh. You will recall that my cabin was in the first-class area of the ship, which is also, of course, the quietest. Don't imagine for a moment that it's anything like steerage, where the judicial assistants go. Oh, don't be mean to judicial assistants. I didn't mean... But a hole like that made by a bullet was found in your cabin, Judge Shigoku. That's compelling evidence that a gun was fired in there. What's that? A bullet hole? Oh yes, you're talking about what the detective uncovered in the wall yesterday, I presume. That was obviously a rotten panel eaten out by a woodworm. No doubt he didn't find an actual bullet. That's the hole in this argument. We need to get him in jail, yeah. No disrespecting Susato, that's right. Never disrespect Susato. Go to jail. Go to Jigoku. Jigoku. Sadly, I was unable to arrange for the crewman to be brought back to Britain with me. But obviously, if a gun had been fired in my cabin on the night in question, as the defense implies, I would have been arrested on the spot and would have never made it to Britain in the first place. Very true. The witness's logic is sound, since no gunshot was heard from the witness's cabin on the night in question. We must assume that the witness is telling the truth. I'm glad you've seen sense, my lord. What's with that smirk? I know Kazuma's already admitted to taking on this incredible assassination plot, but even so, hearing it confirmed by somebody else is still a real shock. It's unforgivable. Using Kazuma-sama's feelings to manipulate him into agreeing to such a despicable plan. But I think Kazuma manipulated Judge Shigoku too. He completely double-crossed him. Oh dear. It's hard not to see that as a stroke of brilliance on Kazuma-sama's part. One way or another though, Gregson ended up dead. I really think that the murder must have happened aboard the steamship. So you mean... Judge Shigoku must be lying. I know I shouldn't let my emotions cloud my judgment. But you must destroy him! Yes! Yes, Susato! I thought she was gonna say something about, oh, my father's good friend. He's like, you must destroy him, Mr. Naruhodo! Yes, ma'am! You must destroy him. Susato, you're so right. I gotta look at some evidence. You see these little things all over the place, don't you? It's part of the top of a pocket watch that you twist to set the time. The top of Gregson's pocket watch! That's what it is, it was missing! That means Gregson was in that room. It's absolutely related to the murder. It's part of the top of a pocket watch that you twist to set the time, isn't it? It's called the crown, I believe. A watch would be quite useless without one. The crown? Like what sits on top of a monarch's head? That's a very grand name for such a tiny part. But actually, yes, Mr. Naruhodo? If this is a crown, I have a feeling I might have seen a monarch around here somewhere with a very bare head. If by monarch you mean pocket watch, then I'm quite sure you have. Let's take a look at that again. Gregson's pocket watch. What do you think, Miss Susato? I feel sure I know exactly what will fit here. Really? I was just thinking precisely the same thing. We're about to see that the little round component is actually part of Inspector Gregson's broken pocket watch. Really? I was just thinking precisely that too. Let's go! The crown is set back on the head. A perfect fit. I knew it. It's exact same metal too. All right, perhaps you knew it. I'll make a note of this new information at once. Hey! Do we have anything else to look at? Haruma, the great blade. Such a thing of beauty, I want to gaze on it for hours. Kazuma's bandana, he never put it back on. It's broken now though, this is so sad. Hundreds of years, and now it's broken. The tip of the great sword, broken. It's such a shame. It's been so meticulously cared for over the years. I can almost hear Karuma's sobs. Kazuma must have really taken a swing for that to happen. Evacuation drill following... Right. Following departure from the port of Dunkirk, all crew members are required to assemble on the main deck at 10 p.m. In order to review evacuation procedures, the drill will take 20 minutes. Crew to resume duties as soon as the drill is over. Well, isn't that interesting? At all times. At all times. At all times. At all times.
Objection!
Yes, as the court has heard, there was a crewman posted outside Judge Shigoku's cabin. However, we can be sure that contrary to the witness's claim, the guard wasn't there at all times. What? I have here a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st. What? Where did you get that? It's evidence gathered by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember. Herlock Sholmes again. According to this itinerary, you're so right, the polycule is disintegrating as we speak. According to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m. and for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen of the SS Grouse were to gather on deck for an evacuation drill. All crewmen were away from their posts? And during that 20-minute interval, of course, any gunshots emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one. Oh, he's got so many face sprites. In summary, Judge Shigoku, you had ample opportunity to commit the crime.
Objection!
A 20-minute window of opportunity. That's an excellent find, Ryunosuke. But it amounts to nothing. Why? Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred in his cabin. Unless you have some decisive evidence that can show his testimony to be false. Your accusation is nothing more than conjecture. Very true. Well, counsel? Inspector Gregson was killed in Judge Shigoku's cabin that night. I'm certain of it. Because the defense has evidence to prove it. You will present the evidence for the defense at once, counsel. What proof do you have that the victim's life was taken in Shigoku's cabin on the 31st October?
Take that!
Judge Shigoku, this was found in your cabin yesterday. What is that? The crown of a pocket watch. A pocket watch? And if you will observe, the victim's pocket watch, which we know he treasured, is missing precisely that part. It can't be. Moreover, this crown is a perfect fit on the spindle protruding from the victim's watch. Now, the fact that this was retrieved from Judge Shigoku's cabin tells us that the victim's watch almost certainly broke there. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill. In the cabin occupied by you, Judge Shigoku. Well, you're razor sharp, aren't you, you young murderer? He wasn't a murderer!
Objection!
Expertly maneuvered, Ryunosuke. And your argument sounds entirely plausible, at first. But rather like this pocket watch, it's full of cracks. What? And I believe Judge Shigoku feels the same way. I was wrong to acquit you earlier in the year. What? You can't do that. He was proven innocent. Yo, you can't say stuff like that. Sorry? If I'd known that it would result in anyone having to listen to this drivel, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world your ridiculous bombast. That's a little corrupt, my guy. I think it's clear that the witness will have to give further testimony. When you hear what actually happened in my cabin that night, you'll notice the pitfall into which you've stumbled. Prior to your renewed testimony, I would like to clarify one point. The fact that this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledge he was there, I presume. Yes, I do. Very well, then. You may proceed to give your formal testimony about what exactly happened in your cabin aboard the ship on the evening of the 31st October. Of course. As a man of the law, I have no intention of obstructing justice. The events in the cabin. I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. I soon took care of him with an ippon seoi throw, though. He couldn't wait to run away after that. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. That has nothing to do with his... It has nothing to do with his murder. The inspector was clearly killed having returned to Britain because his body was found in London. Ipponseoi. A common jujutsu martial arts technique in my country. I was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavily for his watch to take. So, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I imagine you can see the flaw in your logic now, can't you? What? The fact that the pocket watch was broken in the witness's cabin in no way proves that the victim's murder took place there. Ah! I have no doubt the inspector intended to kill me, but he didn't manage to pull the trigger. Yes, because he was merely the tactician, not the Reaper's hand of death. Well, the testimony appears to make perfect sense as far as I can tell. Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord. But if this testimony holds, Judge Shikoku would be deemed to have had no involvement in the case. Well, counsel, I really see no reason for wasting precious court time here on a cross-examination. Sorry, my lord. The defense has a right to cross-examine, and I don't intend to squander that. You're an embarrassment to your countrymen, not knowing when you're beaten. What the hell, Jigoku? You're so mean! In that case, proceed, Mr. Naruhodo. He's hot, but he's getting on my shit list for being so rude to Susato and Ryunosuke. The events in the cabin. I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room.
Hold it!
Because the so-called guard posted at your cabin door had just let your killer pass, you mean? Apparently, Gregson told the crewman he was a police inspector, which was the truth, of course. He wouldn't have had his identification with him, though. He had his trench coat and mustache, not to mention a bag of chips. I imagine the crewman was convinced, oh my god. But the man accompanying him would have had 2 swords slung around his waist. You mean me? Yes, you. Who else? Yes, that's true. You would have hoped the sight of a few swords might set off alarm bells in the guard's head. The point is, I left the cabin before its occupant returned, and I immediately disembarked the ship. Certainly, all I can tell you is that only the inspector was waiting for me when I arrived back at my cabin. And you entered without any inkling of suspicion? That's right. None whatsoever. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there foolishly waving a gun at me.
Hold it!
Gregson, no! Obviously, you're talking about Inspector Gregson. Yes, though at the time I didn't know the man's name. And there was no time for introductions. I value my life over manners. By which you mean that the inspector was there to assassinate you, I suppose. That was certainly the impression given by the gun pointing in my direction. But I've never seen the muzzle of a revolver shake about so much in all my life. Poor Gregson! Anyone would think the man had never shot somebody before. Believe it or not, most of us haven't. Anyway, there was no time to call for help. There was no time to call for the help of the crewman at the door, so I dealt with the man myself. I soon took care of him with an Ippon Seoi throw, though. He couldn't wait to run away after that. Oops.
Hold it!
Even though the man had a gun, that was a very brave move, wasn't it? My Ippon Seoi is far faster than a bullet, I can assure you. But surely all that commotion caused the crewman to come in, didn't it? Yes, of course. He burst in immediately without knocking. You looked a little off guard there. Don't tell me you were, making up shit just now. The inspector hurled himself at the stocky fellow and just managed to slip past him to make his escape. The outstanding guard does it again. Luckily, there aren't many situations I can't get out of using a quick Ippon Seoi throw. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. There's nothing to do with his murder.
Hold it!
The crown snapped off and the glass covering the face of the watch was cracked. Preferable to the man's head being pulled off or his spine cracking, wouldn't you say? Not that the man was spared for long. A bullet to the chest soon saw to that. But the point is, the broken pocket watch doesn't prove that a murder took place. Absolutely not! All the watch proves is the power of my jujutsu throw. Whatever you say, it doesn't quite ring true that no shot was fired in that cabin. Because there was an obvious bullet hole in the wall. What are you talking about? Huh? That's what the star of your lowbrow detective stories told you, is it? Well, I don't care for such fiction. Haven't you worked it out yet, you little stripling? No murder took place in my cabin. The inspector was clearly killed having returned to Britain, because his body was found in London. The glass over the face really is badly cracked, look. What a shame when the inspector clearly looked after it so carefully. I imagine Mr. Sholmes could repair it, don't you? Yes, I should think so. He's very adept at things like this, a useful man to have around, in fact. But kindly remember that he's a great detective, Mr. Naruhodo, not an odd job man. This is where the little policeman figurine's key goes in to wind the watch, winding it up every single day for 10 years without fail. Yes, it was obviously a thing of great importance to the inspector. A reminder of the past, lest he forget. But there's no evidence that proves the victim ever returned to London alive. Just take a moment to think that idea of yours through now, stripling. What? If the inspector was killed on the steamship in France, how on earth could he have gotten back to Britain? When people die, their bodies remain at that same spot. It's a devil of a thing. Don't be rude. Well, then obviously the culprit must have moved the body. How, exactly? Carrying a corpse off a ship in your arms would raise a few eyebrows at least, don't you think? Well, yes, that's true, but all passenger luggage is inspected when it is unloaded from arriving vessels. And I would like to think the border police would query the corpse of an English gentleman as hand luggage. If the murder had taken place aboard the ship, you would imagine the body would have been disposed of at sea. There would be no sense in risking being caught by attempting to transport the body back to Britain, unless you were male Strongheart and wanted a convenient excuse to frame Beric Van Zeeks for, getting, Courtney Scythe exposed. Oh, go, it's getting late, gotta leave now. Thank you so much for hanging out. Good to see you. I hope you have a good night. That's killed that idea then. But perhaps not. Mr. Sato? We've heard that the first-class passengers were under constant scrutiny by the crewmen posted to guard them, which would mean that the culprit had no opportunity to dispose of the body in the sea. Yes, that's true. So transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative. Dear me, you really are new to this, aren't you? I thought I'd been perfectly clear, but it seems I'm going to have to explain it in words you can understand. I think I ought to alter my testimony. Your consent, of course, my lord. I have no objection. State your amended testimony now. Have fun with the game, thank you! There's no possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to London. God, his face. Back to Britain. Greggson's trunk had blood in it! Did he get stuffed in there? That would be so bad! I don't know if there's room for him. But... oh god. Oh god.
Objection!
No, that was the... As counsel for the defense, I must suggest that last statement. As the judge, I must deny your objection. There is no contradiction here. Oh. No contradiction other than the fact that a Far Eastern lawyer is practicing in a British courtroom. What the fuck? You're the one who said, who gave me this position. But thereby a not so far away Lord Chief Justice, if you remember. Yeah, exactly. God, he's so scary. But ooh, so scary. There's an idea. Think about it, stripling. All passengers and crew disembarked at the same time and passed through the same checks at the border. The symposium guests were then driven straight to the hotel in carriages organized by the ministry. And we met you as soon as you arrived at the hotel. So you did! Well then, remind me, did I have a corpse over my shoulder at the time? I have to look at the picture and in the... his luggage! Was Gregson's corpse in the luggage the entire time he was talking to us? What the fuck? What? No? So we're in agreement then. I couldn't possibly have brought the inspector's body back to Britain. Unless, of course, they've developed some clever device these days to instantly move things from A to B. Funny you should say that. Professor Harebrain's invention didn't actually work, if you remember, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, of course. The defense has become unusually quiet, I notice. Yes, because there's really nothing more to say. So that's his story. Well, I suppose if you think about it, whenever you drop a teacup in the office and it breaks, we don't say, Mr. Naruhodo must have been murdered there, do we? Is that a veiled threat about what might happen to me if I break another one? Another one? How many have you broken? And the fact is that Inspector Gregson's body was found in the little room on Fresno Street. He really was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin. The body would have to have been moved somehow, obviously. Transporting a dead body over a country border, that would be impossible for the majority of people, but this guy is important! So there must have been some special circumstances that made it possible for the culprit then. That could be a vital realization, I think, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh god, we've come so far in this case. I can't believe this is all the same case. You mean that ginormous trunk right there? Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god.
Objection!
I can't believe this! There's no possible way you could have moved Inspector Gregson's body, you say? I would say the opposite is true. And what's that supposed to mean? Far from being impossible for you to do. The transporting of Inspector Gregson's body back to Britain is something only you could do. What are you talking about, Ryunosuke? As well as being a judge, Mr. Jigoku is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. Which means he's exempt from having his luggage searched when he enters the country. That's right, they mentioned that! This game is about grown-ass men fitting into boxes. You're so right, holy shit. How many is that now? 5? 6? We learned that when we first met you. We learned that when we first met you upon your arrival in London. Oh, that's right, I remember now. Well, all those passport Gregson was right there the whole time! That, like, fake Louis Vuitton, trunk did catch my eye, but I didn't think Gregson's fucking corpse was in there! What? And he's just casually talking to Mikoto and Ryunosuke and Sato. Oh my god! I can't! Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a lot of time. I must say I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? That ruins that whole interaction. I know, I liked that scene a lot. I was like, me and the chat were totally thirsting over Jigoku the whole time. And little did we know, Gregson's fucking corpse was in the trunk in the background. Oh my god. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? Ah, I knew you were jealous. Yo! I presume you recall this, Judge Jigoku? It's a photograph we took in the foyer of the hotel to mark the occasion. As the court will note, you have with you your large travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside. Mr. Naruhodo, surely you're not suggesting... I'm afraid I am. Yes. 3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with the new arrivals from Japan in the hotel. It really was such an innocent conversation. There wasn't even any indication any of this was gonna happen. The body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us inside Judge Jigoku's trunk. Fucking shit! Ah! Order, order, order in the court. I'm skeptical, counsel, that a grown man's body could fit even inside the largest travel trunk. It could. I know from personal experience. Oh my god, that's right, that was his own trunk. The corpse trunk. That's where he was scrunched inside. Holy shit. Oh! Because I happen to know that the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside his trunk. And verifying that would be extremely simple, wouldn't it, Judge Jigoku? But inside his trunk, how horrifying! And after we'd spoken with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit a parent scene on Fresno Street, taking your trunk with you in a cab to deposit the inspector's body. That moment is not funny anymore, I know! Oh my god! I don't have to listen to this nonsense. Dr. Gori, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility. She's acknowledged there are signs that steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. The onset of the body's decomposition could have been delayed by storing it in a refrigerator. Counsel, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of the requisite size are few and far between. Yes, I'm sure they are, but one place they're certainly found is on large ocean liners. Such ships are equipped with electrically refrigerated cold rooms to keep food fresh on their long sea voyages. Yeah, we can't have shit in DGS. Even moments we thought were like pure are not. Like, can't have shit in this game. And the SS Grouse is no exception. Professor Mikotaba told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Jigoku? However much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. All the evidence points to you being the killer. Well, this is all very heartening. I can see that it was a wise move letting Asogi and you embark on this study tour. What are you talking about now? Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in the new century. And I can see that you've both laid firm foundations for that already. You're admitting it? Judge Shikoku, please stop diverting attention from the issue at hand. Yes, get him. The defense has made an accusation against you. How do you respond? Respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there? Why ever not? Because before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed? It's quite logical. The actual scene of the crime. The prosecution's stance is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street when the gun was heard. As is the accused, Barrick Van Zeeks shot the victim at point-blank range. Since no tangible evidence exists to disprove the prosecution's claim at this time, the defense's deductions amount to little more than an elaborate fairy tale. I'm afraid that's how the logical reasoning the British are known for really works, young stripling. He is way too jovial about this. But it makes him vaguely sexually threatening, so... The victim was shot in that little room on Fresno Street and died instantly. I'm afraid it's the prosecution's claim. That's the only fairy tale here. How can you say that? Quite simply. Because that claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession. Very tantalizing, counsel. I think you'd better explain yourself to the court, don't you? Prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. But this evidence clearly contradicts that claim. Oh, because this had the scorch marks on it, right? So the candle was used as a sort of timer device to set off the firecrackers. Oh, but that was the firecrackers, not the bullets. So we already established that, right? That's a really ingenious. This feels like this was 5 million years ago. This bit. That's a really ingenious idea. Though obviously it's a shame it was used for such a wicked purpose. I wonder if there aren't some more positive uses for a timer device such as that. Oh, I have the perfect application. It'd be a wonderful way of waking you in the mornings, Mr. Naruhodo. I think I prefer that you continue to wake me in person if it's all the same to you. Oh, the trunk! The trunk! The trunk! It wasn't...
Take that!
That's not it? The Japanese really are a curious breed. To proffer an argument with such conviction only to prevent such non-sexual evidence. Oh no. Perhaps my Japanese friend's inexplicable thinking is why people talk of the mystique of the East. Your fucking Japanese Kazuma, stop that. In case you hadn't noticed, I'm not the only Japanese around here. Do you even have a mirror? The court is not interested in the mystique of anything. You will be penalized accordingly. Was the victim killed in the room on Fresno Street? Or was he moved there after his death? There's only one piece of evidence we have that shows the answer to that question surprisingly clearly. Okay, I gotta check. Perhaps you should try to present the correct one this time then, Mr. Naruhodo. Thanks a lot. Are you gonna try again? Or can't you hold your hand steady enough to point it out? Shut up! The prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot on the scene on Fresno Street. Who brainwashed him into thinking he was British. It was fucking Strongheart, of course. It like dressed him up like a little fancy boy and shoved him into Van Zeke's office. Like, here, teach him. Go study under the most British man alive, or the second most British man alive after Inspector Gregson. But this evidence clear. Okay, I need to save now. There's just so much evidence, it's hard to keep straight in my head. I need you to whitewash this man. Oh my god. I need you to whitewash this man. Oh! I know what I want to say, but I'm not sure which piece of evidence, like, clearly demonstrated that. There was something weird here, wasn't there? Or Gregson. Yeah, they put his corpse in the fetal position. So rude. Oh my god. What if that's how he was stuffed in the trunk and they couldn't uncurl him because rigor mortis? Oh, that would suck. It's like, I know what I want to say, but they're like, one piece of evidence clearly shows it. So I'm like, muscles tense up post-mortem, making it very hard to reposition the body easily, etc. Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm gonna try the candelabrum, but I have a feeling that's not it.
Take that!
Yeah, I knew it. They said it's obvious, so why am I having so much trouble? Oh, goodness. Exactly. Oh my god. Just each by one. I'm trying to think about it at least slightly critically. I'll do it in critical thinking order.
Take that!
Oh wait, didn't I just try that one? Shit. Yes, kitty? What is it? Oh, my roommate's leaving really soon, so we opened each other's Christmas presents earlier. And one of the things she got was a present for Stella. And it was like this big thing, like mat with holes in it that you're supposed to hide treats in. And she thought it would be enough to distract Stella from bothering me during streams. She would be spending hours trying to find the treats in that thing or something. I gotta try it out. Not Gregson's trunk, huh?
Take that!
This music though, bump, ba-da, 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 ba-da.
Take that!
Ah, it was the photo. A photograph of the victim in the very location you claim he wasn't killed. Yes, but the point is the posture of the body. Wait! This is what we were just talking about! That was what we were supposed to prove? Oh shit! Yeah, you were onto the right line of thinking, Reaper. If Inspector Gregson had been shot there in that room, it's out of the question that his body would have been curled up in a ball like that. Objection. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed. He could easily have adopted the fetal position. There we go. He could have easily have adopted that fetal position due to the pain of the shot, which subsequently proved fatal.
Objection!
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Judge Jigoku, but it's your logic that is flawed. What? According to this autopsy report, the victim died instantly. Stella, don't mess with the TV. He would have felt no pain, much less have been able to draw himself into that position. Ah! Which begs the question of why the victim's body was curled up in that way. Though the answer should be abundantly clear by now. You're suggesting the inspector's body took on that posture ahead of its arrival on Fresno Street, before it was coldly turned out on the floor from the inside of the large travel trunk. No, you're quite right. The shape of the body, it looks exactly as if it's been kept in a confined space. Yo, you and me, Reaper, we figured this out. Judge Shigoku, present your trunk for examination. I believe it's very possible that it will contain traces of the victim's blood. Ah! Present my trunk? I refuse. What? On what grounds? I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Empire of Japan. I shouldn't have to put up with this treatment just because of some stripling's baseless accusations. Oh, you're pulling that card now. You're pulling the how important you are card. In other words, Judge Shikoku, there is blood in your trunk. Get him, Susato! You gotta do this? You're gonna play the game? I decline to answer. Oh my god! Kyuchiyo voice for 2 minutes. Okay. Oh god, this is gonna be hilarious. Okay. Let me get the timer. Okay. All right, 2 minutes.
I decline to answer that. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I have privileges that... At this moment, you're not a government minister. You are a witness in a trial in Britain's highest court. I don't care who you are or what your status outside this courtroom might be, but you will not withhold information. Nothing is more important than the truth. Order in the court. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what's it to be? You can't be serious. You did it? Have you no shame at all, Kazuma Asogi? What?
Oh, using that for the most critical moments of the game. Oh no! Fear.
Very well, I admit it. I did bring the inspector's body into the country. Inside my trunk, exactly as postulated by the defense inside my trunk. What? You? Dear God, outrageous! So it was you! You're meant to grace my...
Twunk. Yeah, exactly.
No, I admit to nothing more than what I've said. Outrageous. Of killing the man, I certainly have no recollection. What on earth is that cryptic statement supposed to mean? I merely disposed of the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin.
All right. 2 minutes is up, but that was so fun.
Cryptic.
In order to avoid unwanted attention, as the judicial assistant over there pointed out, I had no chance to throw it into the ocean. So, I decided my only option was to bring it into Britain with me and dispose of it somewhere else.
You can't still deny it. If you didn't do it, then who on earth did kill the man?
As you know, there was one other person in my cabin that night. He had the opportunity. Now, he's doing the Uno reverse card on Kazuma right now. And moreover, he'd already accepted a mission to take in the inspector's life. The gun. Yes, I remember the gun used. Oh! That's right. Who else could it have been? It was you, Kazuma Asogi. Oh my god, his face. You... Uno reverse card, bitch. No, no, we need to get Kazuma out of this. I never thought you'd stoop to this, Seishiro Chikoku. You've taken the words straight out of my mouth. Prosecutor Kazuma Asogi. Oh, the girls are fighting! You thought by leaving the body in my cabin you could pin the crime on me, did you? Well, the prosecution counsel has already admitted to visiting the witness's cabin on the night in question. Yes, on an assassination mission, no less. You wouldn't. So, what do you make of that, young stripling? You've heard my testimony now, and that's all I have to say on the matter. I'll admit to nothing more.
I don't believe this.
Counsel for the defense. What is your position now? The court awaits your response to the witness's assertion. The assertion that on the night in question, the victim's assailant was in fact Mr. Kazuma Asogi. They're really gonna put this on Ryunosuke's shoulders? Gonna ask him if he wants to accuse his best friend of murder? They're really going there? Ah! This isn't the dead end it seems to be. The answer is right in front of me. It comes down to Jigoku or Kazuma. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson, but only one of them did it. And I'm just a step away from proving who. Very well. The defense is ready to respond to the assertion put forward by Judge Jigoku. The idea that the victim's murder could have been committed by Prosecutor Asogi is... impossible? Coroner's report? Standard issue firearms for member of the judiciary. But technically, Kazuma is now a member of the judiciary, so he could have been given one of those guns. Which is this kind of gun, which was obviously planted at the scene. The revolver, wherever it is. There's so much evidence. I guess, where would Kazuma have kept the gun? I mean... he had two swords? Why would he use a gun? I'll just say impossible, and I'll see where it goes from there. Judge Shikoku, let me remind you of something you said only a few minutes ago. You claimed that logical reasoning is the future of the judicial process. It is, no question. Well, logical reasoning can prove something here. Namely, that it would have been impossible for Prosecutor Asogi to commit the crime. What? The court will only accept an argument that is supported by compelling evidence. So present what you have, counsel. What proof is there that allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of Prosecutor Asogi's involvement? Fuck. Let's see. Oh, this is the cool music, though. This music, though, is a bop. he was shot, why would Kazuma have attacked him with a sword first if he had a gun? Yeah, we don't know for sure if Kazuma was issued a gun already. Then there's the metal in the trunk. It does match the swords. It does. All right, I'm gonna try this. I should save first.
Take that!
You're making the evidence weep here, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. No! Sorry? Every piece of evidence has a role to play in arriving at the truth. They're not playthings. You get to. Oh my god! He's making me feel too bad. You were supposed to pick possible, you think? Well, we'll see. The music's so jazzed up that I feel like it's gotta be this.
Take that!
Noor! Noor! Oops. Oh, Stella! Poor kitty. Maybe there's something I'm missing from examining the evidence. I didn't look at the scabbard closely enough. I feel like they wouldn't have gone this way with the gun is the only thing that makes sense, right? But we can try it.
Take that!
No! I gotta really think about this. What involves Kazuma? Try coroner's report? Okay. Let's see if that goes anywhere.
Take that!
No! All right, let me think. Let me start from the beginning. No. 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 I know that's not it. Most of these don't have anything to do with Kazuma. The game doesn't let you go down the wrong path to let you pick. It has to be the judge. Yeah, I know. It's gotta be the judge. But I just need to find the evidence that says so. Maybe I'm thinking about this the wrong way. Maybe I have to find something that points the finger firmly at Jikoku rather than says Kazuma didn't do it. Maybe I'm thinking about this the wrong way. didn't take the trunk. One additional person to travel. Let me think. Let me try this.
Take that!
No! Yeah, Kazuma was the one he brought with him. Let's try this.
Take that!
Aha! This itinerary for crew members of the SS Grouse, my lord. This is conclusive proof. An itinerary? How does that prove anything? Judge Shikoku, the moment you acknowledge that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this itinerary suddenly became much more significant. What? Why? On the night in question, as always, a crewman sentry was on guard outside your cabin door. As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin. Absolutely, because it's inconceivable that the guard wouldn't have heard it and come to investigate. So that tells us that the crime must have taken place when the guard was elsewhere. And that narrows it down to the 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock as indicated on the itinerary. Yes, I see no flaw in your reasoning so far. But the crucial point is this. When the evacuation drill took place, the steamship had already put to Oh! I see. I see. Kazuma couldn't have gotten back. Had already been put to sea from the port of Dunkirk. Ah. Now, clearly the murder could only have been committed by somebody who was aboard the vessel at the time. Oh, because Asogi he stayed at a hostel there, and he said that the hostel would have had records of him staying there. I get it now. Like, Prosecutor Asogi stated in yesterday's proceedings, I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life, so I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent that night at a boarding house in the town and returned to England the following morning. Which I'm sure the court will agree is conclusive proof that Kazuma Asogi couldn't possibly have carried out the killing. Gah! Hold it. Hold it! No, absolutely not. I don't accept that at all. What do you mean? The boy's just saying that to exonerate himself. We can't trust that he really disembarked the vessel. Obviously, after he left my cabin, he hid himself somewhere nearby on the ship. Just waiting for his chance to come back and finish the... No, that's out of the question. Isn't it, Kazuma? As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in a boarding house in Dunkirk. And as I said yesterday, I signed my name in the accommodations register book. Yeah, that's what I was saying. All extremely easy to verify and undeniable proof. No, There's no escape this time. You can forget that you're a judge or a government minister. This time, it's time you gave the court an honest answer as a common man. He's gonna break the witness stand! You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain. Well, I guess I'm gonna get my wish come true. I'm gonna see him break the witness stand. You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain. Then you dumped the body in the room on Fresno Street and made it look as if the murder had happened there. That's what really happened, isn't it? Seishiro Chikoku.
It was that damn trial 10 years ago. That's when all this began. Oh, he's doing it, he's doing it. Looking back now, my fate was decided that day. I was doomed already. Ah! I knew it! Oh! He did it! He broke the witness stand. Whoa! Whoa! It's all going. It's over! My life is over! Oh my god! Seishiro Jigoku? He just ended his life. A British assassin to eliminate a professor in Japan. A Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and return safely to their homelands. Super Saiyan Judge! The assassin exchange request arrived from Britain about 1 year ago. Though it was hardly a request, it was a demand. And for that, you decided to recruit Mr. Asogi. But things didn't go according to plan. Your chosen assassin never made it to Britain. And you found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement because I was already on my way to Britain at the time in Kazuma's place. And that left me with only one option for carrying out my obligation. To eliminate the mark myself, personally. Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that. The International Forensic Science Symposium, I presume? That's right. I decided it would be safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain. So I enlisted the help of my British counterparts. Are you gonna call him out? The Fruits of Ambition is the name of this track. Ooh. Ooh. Oh my god, are you gonna call him out? Strongheart? Are you gonna call him out? Are you gonna say his name? And made him, aw, damn it. And made arrangements for a pretext that would take the inspector to Dunkirk. To lure the man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper. What? The Reaper? See, now we're finally getting somewhere. The Reaper is Strongheart. But there's only one person who could have done that. The mastermind of the entire operation, the Reaper himself. That's true. I'm innocent. Oh no, Reaper, they're accusing you. So, that means that the assassin exchange was all planned by the Reaper. I'm not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart. Anyway, this inspector accepted the Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. It's so easy to like logic out who the British counterpart is. Ah! When are they gonna get the balls to accuse the literal judge presiding over the court right now? Anyway, the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. Come on, dude, be a snitch, exactly. But it was all a trap designed to lead him to France and his own death. Oh, how awful. Sholmes wanted to send him to France to save him. And Strongheart sent him to France to kill him. It was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him the time to attack me. I choked him until he lost... You choked him? It was Herlock Sholmes, oh no. You choked my Gregson? I choked him until he lost consciousness. But there was a guard just outside the door, so I left it at that for the time being. Even the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion, so I bided my time waiting. For the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock, I'd intended to finish him by strangulation, but moments before I had the chance, he suddenly came round and went for me in a reckless move. So the gun he was shot with was his own. I'd received the
It was your gun! I'd received the British issue gun 16 years earlier, being a member of the judiciary as a visiting student. I never imagined I'd have to use it for something like that. So the revolver belongs to you, does it? Then the victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS Grouse. Which begs the question of why you arranged for his body to be discovered in the room on Fresno Street. The young judicial assistant over there has already answered that question. There was no way I could take the body up on deck and throw it over the side. That's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. So before the first class sentries returned, I took the corpse to the refrigeration room. And then on arriving in Dover, you concealed the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police. I knew I needed to take steps if the police were to be convinced when the body was found in London. In that case, you must have known. You must have had intimate details of Inspector Gregson's intended schedule. Yes, my British counterpart sent me everything I needed to know. See, it's all Strongheart. The inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon in order to meet a man by the name of Hugh Boone, from whom he would take back his police identification. God, he really was told everything. Ah! I decided that man would be the perfect person to set up as the culprit. So I took a hackney carriage over there with the body still in my trunk. He meant to set up Hugh Boone, not Clint Van Zeeks. So it was Strongheart who set up Clint Van Zeeks. That must have been just after we took this photograph with you at the hotel then. Yes, I wasn't expecting a welcoming committee. I was more than a little nervous. Well, you certainly didn't look nervous. Maybe slightly nervous in that photograph, but on Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl selling little firecrackers. Miss Venus, of course. I conceived of the candle trick there and then. So I donned a simple disguise and approached the girl to buy enough firecrackers to replicate a gunshot. What sort of disguise? For some reason, the inspector had a bright red hairpiece in his traveling case. So I put that on, although I suspect I drew more attention to myself than I would have otherwise. So that was you who was wearing the wig. The hairpiece we found at the scene. The inspector had it ready for the Red-Headed League investigation. I only arrived at the room around 4:45, so I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the notice board, and set up my little candle trick. I arranged it so the firecrackers would go off with a bang around 15 minutes later, so that Mr. Boone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk straight into a trap. Except, at the last moment, I made a careless blunder. What was that? I imagine it was the bag of fish and chips. Ah! I didn't notice that it had fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the refrigeration room. I put it back into his pocket the following morning, but... Oh, so he was put in the refrigerator room fully clothed, okay. Well, it seems the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish. Anyway, that's everything. All the sordid details of what I did. Poor Gregson. Wow, the witness stand is just gone. I've heard enough. You can't get away with this, bro. You can't get away with this. We've arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors that you orchestrated, you motherfucker. The witness will be tried in the coming days. For a crime of such a vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty. An exchange of assassins. What a foolhardy idea. Mr. Jikoku, one last detail. Who was your counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the assassin exchange? Nothing you say now can make matters any worse for you. Just tell us. Enough! I've already told you that I cannot say. Even though, as things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again. What are you waiting for? Can't we get this over with now? It's finished. All of it. I'm finished. Then, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the findings of this court. Motherfucker! You can't get away with this! This man before us has admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson. Oh shit, that's right, he controls all the flames. That was... Oh, fuck. Seishiro Jigoku, it is the opinion of this court that you should be found guilty. But wait, what about not guilty for Van Zeeks? What about Van Zeeks? He's the guy on trial. Bro. Jigoku's not on trial. He's a witness. And may I remind all those present of the strict confidentiality demanded by this closed court. Oh my god, how do we get him? How do we get this motherfucker? Moments ago, Mr. Jigoku signed a written confession. Is that gonna go in our court record because we're not finished? Admitting to the murder of Inspector Gregson and the subsequent conveyance of the body. In short, the defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond doubt. Oh, wonderful! Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, thank you. Is something wrong? I'm just a little troubled by his silence. The true identity of the Reaper of the Bailey and this extraordinary assassin exchange. The Reaper, yeah. We do remain in the dark about these mysteries, and you'll remain that way forever, ha ha ha. However, insofar as the indictment brought against the defendant in this trial, we've reached a conclusion. I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries as a prosecutor. As you wish. Now, for the formal adjudication, I hereby declare the defendant, Barrick Van Zeeks.
Objection!
Kazuma? The prosecution calls for adjudication to be deferred. Counsel? The accused's innocence hasn't been fully established at all. And therefore, it would be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. That is the prosecution's unwavering position. What? But Judge Jigoku has already confessed. Nevertheless, Barrick Van Zeeks has committed crimes for which he must be punished. Well, it would appear you have information that the court needs to hear, Prosecutor Asogi. Certainly, the murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Seishiro Jigoku. But it's clear from the witness's testimony that he was coerced into complying with the plot, into this sick, merciless assassin exchange. That may be true, but... So what I want to know is, who coerced Jigoku? Who was pulling the strings? I would also love to know that. So you're gonna force the trial to continue that way to find out who's pulling the strings, and from there we prove it with Strongheart. The victim. It's not over yet.
Oh, God, please, no! 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 No!
The victim went to France having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, only to be murdered. In other words, the mastermind behind the assassin exchange is someone in a position to give such an order. As we've already established, the Reaper himself. Well, certainly, that would appear to follow. Prosecution hereby formally accuses the man at the dock, Barrack Van Zeeks, of being the Reaper of the Bailey. And furthermore, I'm going to prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt. Yeah, Kazuma? I don't believe you. I can refute all your shit. Barrack Van Zeeks is fine. What? What? Order, order, order. The Reaper of the Bailey is a long-standing mystery, Counsel. Are you suggesting you have some new information with which to build a case? Scotland Yard has already investigated Lord Van Zeeks very thoroughly in that regard. And they found no evidence whatsoever to substantiate the claim that he is the Reaper. Perhaps, but circumstances have now changed. What do you mean? It's already been established that the assassin exchange was negotiated with Jigoku by the Reaper himself. Which means we now have a new line of questioning by which to identify definitively the man's identity. That is the prosecution's intention here. I must say I'm surprised by quite how tenaciously you appear to want to besmirch my name. You are guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord Van Zeeks. And I will bring you to justice for it, whatever it takes. But you're wrong, Kazuma! That explains Kazuma's silence before. He'll stop at nothing to finish what Lord Van Zeeks unwittingly started 10 years ago. Very well. Whilst is extremely irregular. I will, on this occasion, grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. You're gonna dig your own grave, buddy. You're gonna live to regret that, because I'm gonna prove it was you. So yeah, if anybody's like, hey, this is bullshit, a court would never work like this, this has nothing to do with the guy who was murdered, it's like, Strongheart says so, so it's okay. Anything bullshit, if Strongheart says so, it's okay. Because he's in charge. Yeah, but he's gonna live to regret this. Also, it's Ace Attorney, of course, of course. Of course. That's always an element of it. The defendant will disclose any and all involvement he has had with the Reaper and the assassin exchange. Thank you, my lord, for guiding the court so wisely. They don't have a constitution over there. I mean, I don't know what the fuck was going on in turn of the century, whatever. Oh yeah, monarchs, yeah. For guiding the court so wisely. I hereby declare this court to be in session for a supplementary hearing. Supplementary hearing, that's what you're talking about? But it's you, you're the Reaper. Oh, let's go, Van Zeeks! It's fun. Pray turn a blind eye to the discourtesy as I verify that this vile and unremitting accusation hasn't scoured the contents of my hallowed chalice. Hasn't soured the contents of my hallowed chalice. Lord Van Zeeks? I first had to suffer the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago now. And ever since that time, I've endured the weight of implied guilt that's gone with it. So I welcome the chance to testify now and crush those allegations once and for all. Good. Then let justice decide, Lord Van Zeeks. The prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accused to the stand as the primary witness, in order that he may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper of the Bailey. And what says the defense? Putting the defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous, and Kazuma-sama is so emotional at the moment he's not thinking logically. You're right that he's not himself, but I knew it would be like this. And I came here today determined to face him through whatever might arise. As a lawyer, and as his friend. And that's what we must do. Defense has no objection, my lord. Very well. Defendant, you will take the witness stand and give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper and the assassin exchange. As you wish, my lord. The Reaper and the assassin exchange. I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. He's never killed any of that, buddy. He never killed anybody who ever tried to kill him. Oh. I have to pull that darkness out of him moment, yes. Or whatever Apollo said, yes. Yes, 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 yes. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Yeah, we gotta not let Kazuma get his way in this. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the assassin exchange. So you deny all accusations by the prosecution, both that you are the Reaper of the Bailey and that you masterminded the assassin exchange. I acknowledge that the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, that's a fallacy, which I alone am in a position to forswear. Naturally, the prosecution believes the testimony just given by the accused to be untrue. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Yes? Let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom? A desire to uncover the truth. Even if the truth proves your client to be guilty. From all my experiences in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out. So it's always my intention to work with my client in pursuit of the truth. I want you to remember what you just said. Enough dilatory chatter. Shut up, Strongheart. Counsel for the defense, proceed to cross-examine the witness. Ah, yes, my lord. I know exactly what you're thinking, Kazuma. I know you're just waiting to point it out. The contradiction, you're convinced, lies somewhere within this man's testimony. Oh my god. I think I'm about at my limit. What do you think, Gon? If I started this tomorrow, do you think I'd be able... If you think I started from here tomorrow, do you think I'd be able to finish the game tomorrow? Strongheart, let them work through their breakup. You're not sure. Maybe. Maybe I'll push a little more and try to get through this cross-examination. Finish now. Post-trial section is long. Sleep tomorrow. Let me find a good place to stop after this cross-examination, then. I'll meet you guys halfway. All right. I've never taken the life of another, or have I instructed another to kill, and I love you for that. Barrack Fancy. Hold it! Me. So you're not what the general public referred to as the infamous Reaper of the Bailey. Exactly. Don't imagine for a moment that the court will be satisfied with a one-word answer on this. I realize that. If you're intending to comment on every sentence, this could take a while, Kazuma. Didn't you find it disturbing, though? That one by one, defendants who'd been acquitted after your unsuccessful prosecution were killed? Let me answer that question by posing another. If, one by one, defendants who'd been acquitted after your successful defense were killed, would you find that disturbing? Disturbing? I couldn't possibly say how that would make me feel with a one-word answer like that. Exactly. Well, that told me he's got a lot of feelings about that. But even though I'm not the Reaper, that doesn't mean I ignored all the hearsay. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. Hold it! I'm close to the halfway point. Oh shit. This is the halfway point? Holy F. That's insane. You say for years. How long exactly? Since the very first time the Reaper's influence was felt in this courtroom, 10 years ago now. And your investigations led you somehow to Inspector Gregson, you're saying? I didn't want to believe it. He was a personal acquaintance. We'd worked on cases together in the past. I did mention it gets crazy. Oh boy. A friend, even. It felt like a betrayal, but I demanded permission to search his office at the yard without his knowledge. Which is when you found his secret notebook, is it? It's when I first learned of the location he'd noted only as Grouse, and the appointment at 5 p.m. on the 31st, though I didn't know the significance of those details at the time. So now we're at the nub of the matter. As it turns out, the significance for me personally was very unfortunate. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body. Hold it! But why did you go to that specific location? I thought that if it was the Reaper's headquarters, and by turning up there at 5 o'clock, I would catch whoever was involved red-handed. Sadly, all that was awaiting me was the inspector's corpse. Yes, even though it wasn't designed for you, you walked straight into the trap set by Jigoku. Exactly. Jigoku had intended to implicate Hugh Boone. But unhappily for me, I arrived at the scene first. Ha! A ridiculously careless blunder. Moved on to just throwing insults around, I see then, Kazuma. Think what you will. It doesn't change the truth. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. That's not true, though. That's not true. Hold it! There is a link between you and Gregson, though. Of course, we were close acquaintances. We'd worked on a number of cases together. Hey! The witness stand magically repaired itself. Oh my god, good point. Maybe because it wasn't the first time he had broken the witness stand, they got other witness stands on standby. They keep a spare one, yeah. In case this happened again, which it did. Of course, we were close acquaintances. We'd worked on numerous cases together. I considered the man to be a mentor of sorts. He taught me a number of important lessons. He did? Such as what? Where to buy good fish and chips and such like. Oh my god! Well, that was convincing. Dr. Wilson was a coroner, of course, but that was some time in the past. And in any case, I understand it was several years ago now that he was invited to work at a Japanese university. Spit don't swallow. Oh god. That's right. He was a visiting professor at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo. It should be unambiguously clear then that no link exists between myself and him. That's not true though! In other words, I had no motive for sending some assassin across the oceans to kill the man. It sounds plausible enough and I want to believe it, but something about that just doesn't sit right with me. Stella, don't do that. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the assassination exchange. Oh, I'm so sorry, my baby. I gotta stop you right there.
Objection!
What is this? An autopsy report? Wait, this is 10 years old. From the autopsy of Lord Klimt van Zieks. What? My brother's autopsy report? I'm pleased to see the defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth. Order in the court. What reason do you have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report here, counsel? This, the autopsy report of the professor's final victim, is an indelible link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant. Not that accursed name again, the professor. I've personally researched all of the court records relating to that case. I know that at the time, autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victim's souls. And for a member of the aristocracy like Lord Klimt van Zieks, it was unthinkable. But someone implored the powers that be to allow the autopsy to go ahead, Inspector Gregson. He declared that he was certain he would obtain conclusive proof from the procedure. And it was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible on the document. As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. I've been wanting to know all this time what that evidence was. Evidence that conclusively proved Genshin Asogi was guilty of the murders. But that might not be true! In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind. It's just Kazuma's father, so he's certainly got feelings about this. Indeed, that was the key to indicting the professor for his crimes, and the conclusive evidence that convicted him. It enabled Lord Van Zieks here to avenge his brother's senseless death. The marvelous victory in court. A marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true. What? Could the same be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated? Hey, fabricated! If the inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all colluded together. True? No! Van Zieks didn't know a thing. To cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and send him to his death. That's outrageous. And now, 10 years later, for some reason, the secret has been threatened and needs protecting. Which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced, isn't it? You're exactly on the mark. It's just that that's Strongheart, not Van Zieks. By someone in power in Japan and in Britain. Using the two killers recruited for the assassin exchange. You're exactly right. But It wasn't Van Zeek's. Ow, my ears. Order at once. 10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer to be sentenced to death. But it was all a sham, and I swore to myself that I'd prove it, which is why I had to come to Britain, whatever the cost. You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this vengeful Nipponese's tenacity of purpose here. However, he who fails to quash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer. Come on, Kazuma! You know this won't wash! You're claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago. You must see that without evidence, that's nothing more than a wild accusation. As it happens, I have evidence. What? Ooh, I gotta see this. As the courtroom is heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. I went with him on the pretext of being the assassin recruited to kill Seishiro Jigoku. My true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth. What truth? The truth about the evidence, and he acknowledged what I'd already deduced. There is a closely guarded secret about what went on in the autopsy 10 years ago. Did you threaten Gregson's life? Is that why the sword ended up broken? Because you were threatening him? There's a closely guarded secret about what went on in that autopsy 10 years ago. What? A secret? I know nothing of any secret. While we waited for my supposed mark in Jigoku's cabin, I drew my clan's illustrious sword Karuma before the inspector's eyes. He sure did. He very quickly understood what my true motive was. Gregson? Right. Oh my god, I gotta do Gregson voice again. Right, I see. You're that Asogi's young lad, are you? And what? You're gonna cut me down with that thing? Is that it? That will very much depend on the answers you give to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth. That's all. Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was the professor. There's no doubt in my mind. But unfortunately, back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick. So, you admit it then? The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated. It was for the good of the country. Gregson, no! Anyway, I was just following orders. Orders? What exactly did you do? Speak! I'm not saying another word. Even if your life depends on it. That's right. Even then. Gregson! So that's when the tip of the sword broke. Oh, Kazuma-sama! If the results of Clint Van Zeek's autopsy were fabricated, then the investigating officer Gregson and the lead coroner Wilson must have known about it. Wilson? And they can only have been ordered to pervert the course of justice in that way by two men! To pervert the course of justice in that way by one man. The man leading the case for the prosecution, Barrick Van Zeeks. No, it was originally going to be Strongheart. He was originally going to be the prosecution, and Van Zeeks insisted to take it over. Does Kazuma know that? In other words, the defendant did have cause to organize the exchange of assassins. Of course, you would go wave the cane in his face, because you're like, oh yes, it's not on me, it was him. Exactly, and as was established earlier, It has to have been the Reaper himself who had liaised with Jigoku in Japan to arrange the exchange. Ah! So it follows that the Reaper's true identity can only be that of the man who stands accused in this courtroom today, Barrick Van Zeeks. Objection! 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 Objection!
Objection!
Oh, you objection for me. You're my babe, so of course you would. Kazuma Asogi. What? What you've just told the court. Are you absolutely certain of your facts? Get him! Get him, Barrick! I'm a little biased. I'm a little biased. But hey, I'm on the defense. He's my client. I'm allowed to be a little biased. Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for that trial 10 years ago? I heard it with my own ears. His shameful admission. And Zeeks. In that case, I know. The name of the Reaper. Oh, he figured it out! Ah! Ah! Barrick Van Zeeks! I love this Barrick pose too. Barrick, let's go! Let's go! Let's go! What? Lord Van Zeeks? Get him! I gave no such orders. I know that for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities to one. If Lord Van Zeeks isn't the one behind all this, then yes, there is only one other person who could have done something like that. Hey! Hey! Do I get to point him out finally? I've been waiting 2 games for this. I believe I know who it is too. You? I just had a feeling this name was gonna come up. Me too, man. Such a feeling this entire time. The true identity of the infamous Reaper of the Bailey is Male Strongheart.
Take that!
The only person— oh, I'm so happy we finally get to say it. The only person who could have arranged the assassin exchange and manipulated the autopsy results is the Lord Chief Justice himself, Lord Male Strongheart. Yeah! What? Lord Strongheart? Yeah, you've been fucking duped, Kazuma. He's been brainwashing you this whole time. Yes, it's true that 10 years ago the defendant handled the prosecution of the professor in court. But he only took over the case after his brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, had been killed. I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history. It's not a fucking joke, loser. Well, Lord Van Zeeks, 10 years ago, I was very new to my profession, but I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for control of the case. And that's a feeling you can identify with, isn't it, Kazuma? I love it. Yeah, I'm gonna pretend you didn't say that. Yeah. The investigation to that point, a supplication of the lords to allow my brother's corpse to be examined. All the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you. I've spent my life since then believing I was in your debt for the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial. He's finally realizing it. He's finally realizing it. Let's go. Let's go, Barrick Van Zeeks. But I see now. I was very much mistaken. You were. You were. It was a hugely influential force that caused the inspector and the coroner to break the law 10 years ago. And that same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world by Seishiro Jigoku. Lord Strongheart, everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey. Yes, let's go! The court awaits your response, my lord. This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, it is no joke. Yes! Consider this a formal accusal by the defense. Let's go! It doesn't warrant a response. A formal accusal? Don't be absurd. The defense's claims are utter nonsense, a wild fantasy at best. You're not gonna defend yourself? You claim there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint Van Zeeks' autopsy. That's utterly untrue.
Objection!
But I heard it from Gregson's own lips. He admitted to it. And where's your evidence? What? Gregson's dead now, unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to the Well, in a generation or in a couple of generations, yes, people will be summoning ghosts to the stand. in the modern day Ace Attorneys. You mean to say, I forget how the system works in your little backwater country. What's up? But in the courts of the British Empire. Yeah, it's definitely hearsay. But we can't let him get away with it. We gotta keep tightening the noose. I know, he's suddenly racist when it suits him. He's so flippant. He's such a bitch. I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna get him. But in the court of the British Empire, without evidence, there's no case. Ooh, this. I have no intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can't possibly be substantiated by anyone or anything. Ah! Order in the court. Following Inspector Gregson's it's so funny for him to say order in the court over the response to something he just said. Following Inspector Gregson's murder and in light of Dr. Wilson's death as well, there's really no one left who could testify about the events of 10 years ago, is there? We could pull Courtney Scythe out of prison. Oh, also... John Wilson. Wait. Mikotoba! Mikotoba was there! We can call him to the stand! So that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange. This court has no business raking over the coals of a case that was concluded a decade ago. The accusal brought by the prosecution and defense is categorically denied. Let's get that DILF over here, yeah! I take it there are no objections. I do fucking object! Kazuma, he's more or less waited his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing else we can do now? Is there no other avenue we can go down and pursue the truth about what happened all those years ago? If only there was someone who could testify about Clint Van Zeeks' autopsy. There is someone! Get that DILF over here! He's gone to extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks, even so far as dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan to ensure Dr. Wilson's silence. And Dr. Scythe won't say anything against Strongheart. But there's still one ray of hope.
Objection!
Actually, there is one person. One person who could still testify about that autopsy. Don't be ridiculous. There's no one left. Who, Ryunosuke? Who? Tell me, you know him very well. Kazuma, Please, this trial can't end. Not yet. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for the truth. The person the defense would like to call this stand to testify about the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zeeks is Eugene Mikotoba.
Take that!
Heaven help us, another Japanese. Shut the fuck up, Strongheart. Shut the fuck up. Kill the racist. An expert in forensic medicine, my lord. Hang him. Professor Eugene Mikotoba, 16 years ago. He came to London with Seishiro Jigoku and Genshin Asogi as a visiting student. And what could his testimony possibly tell us? Professor Mikotoba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. Yeah, your dad. He was also the person who actually penned the report. Incorrect. The autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. The report carries his signature. It was the primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it. In other words, Professor Mikotoba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. The defense demands that Professor Mikotoba be summoned as a witness as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened in that autopsy laboratory 10 years ago is something only he can tell us. The defense's demand is denied. Because the noose is tightening around your own neck, you little bitch. Ooh. On what grounds, sir? We are a little past halfway. Okay. What? But Professor Mikotoba is in London at this very moment. We could summon him into the stand in minutes. No, of course he's not going to agree to it. Strongheart has no intention of summoning anyone who knows. He's too concerned about protecting himself. Ryunosuke finally realizes it. Prosecutor Asogi, let me refresh your memory as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stance. Only minutes ago, you accused the defendant of being the Reaper and of masterminding the assassin exchange. I did, yes. So present your evidence for those claims and make your case complete. At this time, I don't have the requisite evidence. That's exactly why we need witness testimony. The professor case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Asogi, that you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father. You shut up! Homicidal father. You're preying on those rumors people made up about his father. You are a demon. I know, he's such a dick. I mispronounced homicidal. Homicidal. It's homicidal. Now, as I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand. He sure was kill the bigot. He sure is a bigot. Let's get his ass. He was also part of the polycule. Inspector Gregson was murdered by Japanese Supreme Court Judge Seishiro Jigoku. As for any hidden circumstances that may exist, they will be investigated in due course by the proper authorities.
Objection!
But we all know what will happen. That'll just give the mastermind of the whole venture time to cover his tracks again. And Strongheart's like, yes, I'm aware. By which you mean me. Your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Asogi, you will be reprimanded following these proceedings. Willingly, I trust, since you gave your word. This futile game of revenge is over. Young Master Asogi. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Ah! That will be all. I hereby declare this trial to be over. Cordis, hold it. Who's holding it? 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 Yeah! Let's go! Let's go, Herlock Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes, let's go! This is no place for amateur detection, Mr. Sholmes. May I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public. You will leave the courtroom at once.
Objection!
The theme again, yes! Gotta crank that shit up. Mr. Sholmes was instrumental in the apprehension of Seishiro Chigoku before he fled from Europe. The court should hear what he has to say. Lord Male Strongheart. You know what? I've been saying Sholmes for so long that that's just him now. I fully embrace it. He's silly. It's silly just like him. You should... Partners, the game is afoot. Ooh, thank you. They sure are partners. They sure are partners. Lord Male Strongheart. It's imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage. That's who we're trying to call to the stand as Watson. It turned a plot twist was Eugene Mikotoba is the real Watson. Yeah, in original Japanese his name was Holmes. It was for copyright reasons. It's imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage. Is it really? And why would that be? You need only recall your own words from the opening of the trial to answer that question, if I may. We will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Get his ass! Surely it can't be that the shock of being accused of being the Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory, can it? The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered. It would seem that we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellows, should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why have you been invited to attend? To nod along to the prevarications of your superiors? Ooh! Turning the crowd against him. Order! Order in the court! It seems to me that we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices, a door that is ajar. Let us emerge from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. For you, and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now. The auditors in the gallery have no rights to express an opinion on court proceedings. Silence! Ajar, does it have jam in it? Yes, if he calls the trial to an end, it must end. But what will that really do? I sense dark things occurring behind the scenes. Dark things indeed. Is there a single person present who can honestly say he doesn't feel the same? What's? The trial should go on. Summon the witness. That's right. We need to clear this up before that young Japanese fellow is reprimanded in custody. Oh, Kazuma's face! He's like so touched that they're standing up for him. Ah! Oh my god, Kazuma's face! My lord, you assured those present that you would uncover the whole truth here. Vindicate yourself of this outlandish accusation. The light in his eyes, I know. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That is the very foundation of British law. A toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery. Ah, this rules. On with the trial, on with the trial. Testify, testify. Well, my lord, you hear the voice of the British Justice, I take it? I think you'll find it will be rather awkward to silence. The court will recess briefly. Are you gonna run for it? I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations. The light in Kazuma's eyes, though. Bailiff, arrange for the subpoena of the witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives at the courthouse, we shall reconvene. Sholmes, you are so epic sometimes, I know, right? A recess won't be necessary, my lord, because I've got my partner, Watson, right here. Pardon. Mikotoba is a close friend of mine. He's accompanied me today and is waiting in the antechamber as we speak. I do believe he's been enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact. What? Professor Mikotoba is here in the courthouse. Mr. Sholmes, you didn't know this would happen, did you? My dear fellow, no one is in a better position to answer that question than you, surely. I wasn't just asking for the fun of it, you know. Well, I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes. I know, right? This game got me into John Locke in the year 2022. It's like, for real though, it's like not yeah, screw Benedict Cumberbatch. The real John Locke is the original novels and the Great Ace Attorney we found along the way. Well, I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, you are of no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once. But of course, in truth, I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments. Or are you gonna come back for more, Mr. Naruhodo? Ah, yes? I trust you have Iris's little lucky charm with you. Yes, I can yank its ears. Absolutely. It's still in my pocket. She sends her regards and a reminder. If you find yourself at a dead end, the ears are at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please. Just one. That's perfectly adequate. Because it tugs at my own ears. Oh, of course. In that case, the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witness to the stand. Hey! So it's Lord Strongheart. He's the Reaper of the Bailey. John Locke is the romantic relationship ship, you know, like shipping online between John Watson and Sherlock Holmes, but it became John Locke became a term thrown around on Tumblr all the time around 10 years ago, because that's when Sherlock was going on, the show, the BBC show with Benedict Cumberbatch. And so there was like a lot of insufferable John Locke fans all over the place. So, but that was also 10 years ago. So it's like, no, not John Locke again, except this time it's cool because it's it's a bit of a meme, yeah. Don't try to rip it off next time, yeah, the rabbit ears. He's the Reaper, so it's Lord Strongheart. He's the Reaper of the Bailey. Where exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? Oh wait, I need to do Ryunosuke voice. Where exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? Just how deep am I about to be plunged into the blackness of the abyss? Very deep. Well, I'm ready. Yes, let's go, Ryunosuke. I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom and confront whatever horrors it tries to maelstrom, like male Strongheart. I'm ready to head to the heart of this maelstrom and confront whatever horrors it tries to drown me under. Oh. I'm just about to end this. I don't know how quickly they'll get Mikotoba to the stand. We'll meet tomorrow, okay? This is a great place to stop. Oh my god, my throat. This is just about as long as the trial was yesterday anyway. Motherfucker. Okay. Woo! Oh shit. I was like, ah! 12-hour stream, 12-hour stream. My throat cannot possibly take it. Oh wait. I meant to leave you guys on the starting screen. Nice jaunty music. Yeah, I would die. I can't I would not be able to talk tomorrow. Oh god, okay. Well, that was... Oh my god! It's just getting more insane. Oh my god, so insane. Okay, okay. Trivia time. I can finish the lesson in like 3-4 hours? Okay, then I'll definitely do that tomorrow. Alright, so... Trivia. Man, my brain is so blank right now. I gotta think of all the topics we've gone through today. Okay, trivia time. I'm a Gumi, right? You can only... So Gumi evolves into Sliggoo, but you can only evolve Sliggoo into the final form of the Gumi line, Gudra, if it's raining. There's your trivia. Now I'm like Googling this to make sure I have that exactly right. Because I always do trivia off the top of my head. Let's see. Yes. Rain. Starting at level 50 when leveled up in the rain or fog. Oh yeah, Pokemon. Yeah. What's a Gumi? What's a Sliggoo? I'm too old to remember. Oh, it's Pokemon talk. Yeah. No, me. This little guy who's making all the expressions right now is a Gumi, a Pokemon. And, so I was like, my brain is blank, so I might as well give a trivia bit about myself, right? I can only become a Gudra if it's raining. Useless trivia. Ah, come on, don't be like that. I have to, my brain is so fried from all of this Ace Attorney right now. I gotta come up with trivia off the top of my head. Okay. So anyway, the best trivia is useless. That is true. Absolutely true. I am so full of useless trivia. That's why I put it as a redeem. Man, in 20 years you never played or watched it, huh? The newest game, even though it's glitchy, it's like super fun. I've had a lot of person who only knows useless trivia. Me too. Go on, I think we have a lot in common. Anyway, tried but not interested. No, I mean, that's perfectly fair. That's perfectly fair. A lot of us who are, you were too old when it came out and never got into it. Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. Yeah, but like us who grew up with it, we've been in the depths for 20 years. Oh my god. So anyway, I will be back tomorrow, starting at around 1 p.m. Pacific time. Get a life. Joking. So, take care. Thank you, Reaper. And great to meet you, Cone. It's been an absolute delight to have you today. I hope you can come by tomorrow to see the chaos. Oh, man. So, yes. I'm fun. Aw, thank you. That's sweet. All right, so I will be back tomorrow. My schedule on my page should Basecamp time tomorrow. No. Anyway, who's on? Oh, perfect. Spectre, who was here earlier, is playing God of War Ragnarok. We gotta have a good rest of the day. Thank you. I gotta go get me some dinner. Maybe some tea for my throat. Ugh. So we're gonna go raid Spectre, who is a very good Final Fantasy 14 and Splatoon player, but she's brandy. Oh, that'll burn my throat. I do have some brandy though. But Spectre's playing God of War Ragnarok right now. So that's probably gonna be really fun. Alright, let me make sure I spelled her name right. Yeah. Some honey in it. Ooh, that'll fix everything. Oops. Oh shit. I just I just typed raise instead of raid. Oh my god. Let me try that again. There we go. All right, raid is going out. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Can't wait. We're gonna finish this tomorrow. It's gonna get even crazier. All right. Great to see you guys today. Thank you. Bye.